Hello! Welcome in, everyone, for episode 6 of our Project Moon tabletop role-playing game. It's so amazing to have all of you here and to see all of you. And let us begin. The managers, now in J Corp, find themselves needing to obtain an absurd amount of on that only grows greater at the end of each day. If they want to rescue their last lead on finding their AI assistant a new body before they're left entirely empty-handed by their expedition, then they'll need to raise that money, and fast. The four headed out onto the streets, where they ran into a figure from Kai's past profession, a woman going by the name of Lilith, who asked how things were with his owner. This reminder left Kai shaken. With the clock running down, however, he had no choice but to keep moving on. And in the alleys of J Corp, the four were ambushed by an assassin from the Shi Assassin, who nearly felled Prior in a single strike. Thanks to Meru calling upon Der Freyschütz, the four escaped, taking refuge inside one of the casinos. Kai snuck off from the rest of the group, and Meru went after him, snapping at Mix when they tried to stop him. Left alone, Prior and Mix joined a game of blackjack, Prior riling up the crowd and winning big, causing the spotlight and everyone's gazes to fall on him. He was invited upstairs to the High Rollers table, but the lesser syndicate members there recognized the former previously presumed to be dead Big Brother. Even injured, Prior managed to take down 6 of them, but soon the rest of Los Mariachis overwhelmed him with their sheer numbers. Meru heard the sound of a scuffle and snuck upstairs to find Prior tied up, hung upside down by his feet. And Meru was told if he wanted his companion back, he'd need to show the song in his heart and dance. The two agreed to never speak of this again. Mix, meanwhile, spotted a familiar face among the crowd, their chief butler Nat, who they had not seen since the fall of the Leonis family. Nat was relieved to see that the heir she had raised was alive and well, but when Mix begged her to stay, she refused, determined to hunt down a former butler named Leon she claimed had sold the family out to the head. Prior and Meru found Mix alone, sobbing, but Kai was still nowhere to be found. Prior gave Meru a boost up so that he could search around, where he saw Kai at one of the poker tables, next to a stranger who was being uncomfortably close with their fellow manager. Kai, on the cusp of losing and not wanting to part with the little money he did have, agreed to the Ting Tang gang members' proposal to pay through different means. As the two began to leave the casino, the rest of the managers intervened, Prior smashing a chair over the Ting Tang gang member, and a fight erupting between them. A fight which Kai tried and failed to break up, and which one of Los Mariachis, Echo, one of our chat redeems, leapt into. The gang member was severely defeated and humiliated, fretted out of his on by Meru and Mix's combined efforts, and then pursued by Echo and his fellow Los Mariachis members. A loan shark in the casino, Nero, who had witnessed the fight, approached the managers and offered them his card, saying if they ever needed to make a quick buck, they could call upon him and be given a bounty. The managers accepted the card, but denied the offer, for now. Although they've made a fair sum of money and had quite a bit thrown at them by members of Los Mariachis, they're still far off from their total goal. and Yuna reminded them that the total would only keep going up at the end of each night. Now the managers find themselves at the start of the next day with a goal of 30 billion on. And this is where we've left off. So, managers, why don't you all introduce yourselves and what you're up to at the start of the day? Starting with Mix.
Hello everyone, I'm Mix. I'm a Wandering Storm Dragon VTuber, and I am the person who plays the wonderful, lovely Mix, manager of the department head of the information department. But hi everybody, I hope you're all doing well tonight. Mix currently is doing as well as they can. A lot of last session's events have affected them in certain ways that may or may not be seen as we go through this new session. All I can really say is it's the small things you'll have to watch out for, because Mix may put on that mask, but that mask is starting to have tiny cracks appear throughout it. But yes, thank you everybody for coming by. I really appreciate it.
Hello.
Oh, please.
Absolutely. No, actually, sorry. I apologize. I almost broke order. How could I possibly break turn order?
Yes, Meru, you're up next.
All right, I don't mind a switch up every now and then. But hi, hello. I'm Meru Online, another one of the lovely VTubers here. And I play the control team department head, also by the name Meru. He was up early this morning after a night of probably not much sleep, which is unfortunately usual for him. And he's currently dealing with a bit of a headache that he hasn't been able to make go away since yesterday. But, I mean, thankfully it is better than it was before. Still constant, though. Pretty annoying. And he, once again, is donned in his Magic Bullet Ego gear. And he's rubbing at his left wrist, right where his prosthetics start. I mean, he's pretty satisfied with his personal performance from the day before. Not the dancing part, the money making part. He's pretending the dancing part did not happen. But it's hard for him to say he's feeling relaxed at all, considering, well, their 15 billion goal turned into 30 billion. Their circumstances feel a little impossible right now. And then with an assassin after them, I mean, honestly, Meru probably hasn't really been able to stop thinking about what would have happened if he hadn't, dodged that attack from the assassin, or if his repelling portal that he had set up decided to not work for him. But he is holding out at least a little bit of hope that they still have a shot at making the on they need. There are no, in his mind, last-ditch efforts that have had to be made yet, and hopefully it can stay that way. But yeah, I mean, right now he's just waiting to be told where the next move is. So yeah.
Yes, and up next we have Prior.
There we go. Hello, everyone. My name is Prior, playing a character of the same name, Prior of the training team department. Currently, this early in the morning, with bags under his eyes, he is rapidly sorting through calculations, scrawled on pieces of paper, trying to figure out the interest percentage, if there's like a loan pay down they can do, and he's finding nothing. This endless target they have set above their head will continue to grow, and it has him exhausted. And he's definitely not just doing this to distract himself from the fact that for the first time in a very long time, he can feel a gap growing between him and someone who he had always considered an extension of his influence, whether he wanted to be or not. he's worried for Kai, not just in the sense of Kai's own personal health and safety, but also the cohesion of the group as a whole. Kai has held them together when others have started breaking apart. And after their tiff yesterday, Pryor is concerned that, well, choices might be being made that will have greater consequences down the line.
And this brings us to Kai himself, the last member of the managers.
Hi, my name is Kai Calypso. I'm, playing manager Kai at the safety department. And Kai, is not well, racked with a good amount of guilt from yesterday, not because of necessarily what he decided to do, but because he didn't think about the consequences that it'd have on others, within his own party, people that he deeply cares about. Kai, he was distracted. When Lilith brought up his old owner, that shook him a lot, visibly, and then he tried pulling it together, but I don't think that he really managed to at all, and I think that it's still really getting to him, and he just couldn't lock in enough to make any money or be useful, and I think that that's something that he's struggling with quite a bit right now. He's feeling a conflict of emotions where he's very apologetic towards Meru and Mix at the least, and then Pryor he is, but he just isn't sure how to deal with concerning him, because that isn't something that he's used to doing or very comfortable with, and he was not a fan of the fact that he experienced any emotion in front of really anyone but Meru, who he had in confidence before, but he's not comfortable right now with anything, and I think he's actively avoiding making eye contact with anyone right now, whatever he's doing.
And managers, the four of you had a chance to tend to your wounds, although some of you are still suffering a bit sanity-wise, and Pryor still has lingering injuries from the Shi Assassin's attack. Outside the RV, despite it being daytime in J Corp's streets, you all can hear the sound of screams. It sounds like there's a lot going on in this area, and those of you from the back streets in particular are probably used to this sort of noise. But it looks like a certain researcher you brought with isn't, as Yuna looks very nervous, but also looks like they're finishing up working on something, and will walk over to all of you and say, all right, well, I was able to make some more of those, let's not call them healing ampules, but... And they kind of hold out the not fully refined, not as effective, but the makeshift healing ampules that they've been working on. And you all receive another 2 of those.
Pryor will take them from Yuna's hand and place them in his safely secured containment unit and say, well, production's good enough for us. Much appreciated as always, Yuna.
Yuna...
Didn't sleep well last night?
kind of hard to sleep when there's a lot of noise outside.
We'll try and find you some earplugs or something when we're out there.
That might help. You also don't make sleeping very easy. And they kind of glare at Friar a little.
Tell me about it.
You guys must
If
have
it's-
some sensitive ears. It's fine. It's never a problem.
Maybe I'll see what I can do.
You got it. Look, you made him feel self-conscious.
Good.
If you didn't...
The
Didn't
least I
snort
can
so
do
loud.
is try, Yuna. I apologize if it has bothered you. Prior seems to visibly grimace at saying that out loud. And as he does, he grits his teeth for a moment and says, I'll try and come up with a solution.
Right.
Well, thank you. I'm going to prepare, make sure our gear is in order and I have everything packed, as it sounds like we're going to have an eventful day today. And Prior will leave Meru, Mix, and Yuna for a moment while he goes to repack his things.
Breakfast, anyone? I'm gonna make some food.
I'm fine.
Okay, you know?
Sure.
Okay. See what I can spruce up, make something. Jerk Pryor and Kyle at least have some on the road. You don't really want any for the road, Meryl?
I said I'm fine. Make sure when you're cooking that you don't use too much. We're running on limited resources considering we don't have
Yeah.
Good to know you're listening as well as always.
It's fine. I'm just gonna make something small. It's not gonna be a big deal. Come on.
Okay.
Let's see what to make. Mix will step really only like a few feet away. Just starts messing around in the kitchen for a bit.
As Mix does that, Yuna probably just turns back to Meru and Kai and says, so do you all have a plan?
Kai Kai has not spoken yet today, and he wasn't really in the I mean, you know, they're all in an RV, so it's not like he couldn't hear everything happening, but he does prick up at being acknowledged. We have an idea. I don't know how everyone feels about it, but I think that we can do a little bit more than just pulling our resources. So we'll get to what we need.
Let's hope. Are you planning to call up that loan shark who gave you that card?
I can't make that decision for anyone else, but I'm willing to do whatever the group thinks is best.
Same.
Pryor comes back into the conversation, flexing his shoulders, and says, here's what our day looks like. Step 1, we contact the loan shark. We do everything in our power to try and get as much of a lowdown on this loan as possible. With a 100% daily compounding interest rate, we'll have to do everything we can to leverage a full, or at least a massive payoff on the loan. We'll need offers that are at least 15 billion in order to even make the day's work worth doing. At that point, if not, we'll have to analyze a different solution for our problem. This guy seems affluent, but he also seems dangerous. We have the advantage of superior gear, knowledge, and ability to move and be unseen, but we'll also have to contend with the fact that we are actively being hunted, so we can't take any job that puts us out of our way for too long or out in the open for too extended of a period of time. Therefore, we begin with reconnaissance, or I guess information gathering. We get to this Nero, we see what his best offer is, we negotiate, and potentially, just maybe, we take on a really dangerous job and hopefully get everything we need in one fell swoop. If we fail to be able to secure that, we reassess and reevaluate our options and take a contingency from there.
Toasted jam and coffee, and that's about it. And Mix comes over with some slices of toast with some jam on top and some cups of coffee.
Yuna kind of instinctively just grabs a cup of coffee, downs it, and is just like looking at Fire still and says, I'm actually surprised you came up with a plan. And that doesn't seem like a bad one.
I've been out of my element for a little bit. But now we're back into what we know we have to do. Everyone else has skills here. I know what those skills are. If we apply them accurately and precisely, we'll be able to do what we can. We have to acknowledge that we are no longer the strongest. And let's say we've had humility beaten back into us by this assassin. We'll need to move with speed, precision, and accuracy.
Mix
Your job is to stay
pauses
here.
for a moment.
Obviously.
And then just nods and says, Briar's right. Good to have everyone back in our usual roles.
Pryor does look at Mix and nods his head and says, there'll be another time where we can develop the skills you'll need, but you did good with the work that you had handed to you. For now, we all need to be at our best. It is not the time to be irrational or to attempt new things. The tried, true, and classic. We have an opportunity presented to us, we take it. Otherwise, we do not take risks, we do not make unnecessary changes, and we do not deviate from the norm.
Works for me.
Yes, sir.
Yuna looks reassured at this and says, and I have no objections with staying here. I don't think I... And you can all hear another gunshot from somewhere outside. And there's kind of a shudder that runs through them, and they're like, I don't think I'd want to go out there anyways.
Pryor nods his head. Alright, well then, in that case, keep holding down the fort. We're counting on you, Yuna.
I got this. It's
Of
not
course you
like
do.
there's... They look a bit flustered at that and just say there's not much to do here anyway, so...
Oh, you got Pascal with you, and I still haven't come up with a name for them.
The tearful thing?
No, we come up with a name. In fact, I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. I think Harry is a good name.
Harry?
Doesn't have any hair.
Harry, like Harry. Come on, guys. Like, are we just...
That's bad.
Okay, fine. Let me go back to the drawing board. I'll name you yet, little buddy. And Mix turns and points at the tearful thing.
Pryor smiles to himself and then sets his expression back into the calm, almost disproving but not quite expression he normally wears when he's barking orders and says, Yuna, I'm aware that there is not active combat to be seen here in the RV, but I don't want to hear you down-talking your contributions. These healing, processed items are invaluable, and your research on them has been life-saving. Continue your work, keep researching, keep doing what you do best. Leave the combat to us. Your insight on planning has allowed us to completely change our tactics. Have hope. We're all gonna make it out of this.
I feel like I could charge you guys for all Yuna's consulting, considering Yuna's my employee, so just keeping that in mind to tell Ange later.
Bill it to my account, Mix.
Yuna still looks a bit flustered at that and just goes, well, thanks. I guess I'll keep making these. I'll keep working on these. And when I get an actual lab, I can make them better.
I'll hold you to that. All right. Everyone, off the RV in 5. Make your final preparations. And Pryor will go and perform his final preparations.
All right. Does anyone have any final prep they need to do? Any conversations they need to have before heading out?
I mean, I don't think Meru has anyone to talk to. He probably just, because he's not eating breakfast, he probably just pops a hard candy in his mouth and he's already ready to go.
Pryor knows that we're going to need to get our asses across town without the Shi recognizing us.
That is true.
So Pryor is going to try and see if he can whip up may I make a gift from containment check to try and see if there's something in Pryor's endless amounts of broken and defunct ego gifts that might be able to help us out of this situation.
Absolutely. Go for it.
All right. Difficulty 4. It's awkward, but Pryor does turn over his shoulder to the quiet and otherwise unrespondent Kai, and with a Manager Kai, your assistance, please.
Oh, yeah, and Kai shakes out of his stupor and, helps Pryor with... Yes.
All right. Willpower reroll, because it'd be nice to have something here. Okay, there we go.
Goat.
Nice. So what's
gonna
higher?
So with a margin, with a success and then a margin of 2, I can make 3 items that could help us. Oh boy. So effectively, Pryor wants to use his gifts here to effectively hide us from, or at least make it a little harder for the Shi Assassin to face us. So what better, I think, than this gift's a little hard to tell where it came from. It appears to be fragments of another gift, but as he crushes them together and spins them into this little pouch, you feel this intense disquiet as you look at them. You realize that it appears to be a little music note. One has that's been imprinted on something, and he's hung into a little charm, and you don't want to listen to it, and you especially don't want to look at it. So this is going to boost one's pool to avoid being noticed.
All right. And he was able to make, I believe,
3 of them.
3 of
Margin
them.
plus +1.
So who's he handing them out to?
Right. Who is our least? Who do we most want to not be noticed? Probably. High Mix Meru sounds like because Prior's pretty good at staying unspotted. Yeah, let's go Kai Mix Meru.
All right, that works for me. So you all get an extra, I believe, 1 dice?
2 dice.
2 dice. You all get an extra
Yes.
2 dice to avoid notice.
Awesome.
All right.
And that's Prior's final prep.
Oh.
I don't think Kai has anything to say or do. I mean, he plans on apologizing, but I don't know that that's his first thing in the morning. Yeah. So no, the Kai doesn't have anything.
All right. And Mix, is there anything you are doing before heading out?
I think Mix is just, fiddling around with Pascal. Every now and then they sort of check for something in their pocket, confirm that it's there, and then go back to just fiddling with Pascal. It's really just minor things, just like recalibrating the sensors and making sure that the blades are for Pascal's the blades on Pascal's body are nice and clean, don't have any gunk on them.
As you're doing this, Mix,
Oh.
you hear someone approaching you. And do you turn to look, or do you keep focusing on what you're working on?
I think Mix is kind of lost in thought right now. We don't really know what they're thinking about. But they're just focused on the on Pascal right now.
In that case, there's another moment of silence, and then you hear a voice say, boss, I just wanted to say thanks for the coffee.
Oh, Yuna. Hi. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. No worries. I mean, figure everybody can use a pick-me-up in the morning. Not that Mix waves a hand. Not that Meru seemed to want any, but, his loss, I guess.
Yeah, no. Yuna looks a bit flustered, and just kind of looking down at the almost empty cup now, and simply says, well, be safe out there. I would be out of employment if something happened, so,
Mix pauses for a bit. And is there... I think... Is it fair to say Mix senses that there's something that Yuna wants to say? Because it feels like Yuna is not being completely forthcoming.
I won't make you roll in this case. Yuna is very much struggling to hide their feelings right now, and it's pretty clear that there's something that they're wanting to say.
Yeah, Mix pauses and then turns towards Yuna. Finally, turning in their chair to finally face Yuna for the first time. And they look at them and say, What is it? It's pretty obvious you have something you want to say, so...
It's just, I just want you to know that I'm not going anywhere. Not because of anything, like just, I can't really go anywhere. I can't leave this RV if I don't want to get killed by a Shi Assassin, or if I don't want to get shot on the streets by the people out there.
Yuna. Is this about yesterday?
And you remember, Nix, that Yuna had access to the cameras and likely did see what transpired between you and your former chief butler.
You saw, didn't you? You saw the whole thing, didn't you?
I did. I'm sorry, boss.
Nix is frozen for a bit. They're not sure how to feel, because on one hand, I mean, Yuna saw, and Yuna decided to watch the entire thing. It was something so private to Mix, and Yuna saw everything. So on one hand, Mix is upset. They feel angry. But on the other hand, it's someone that knows, and Yuna looks... is it fair to say that Yuna looks genuinely sympathetic towards Mix?
Mix, do you want to make me a quick wits insight roll?
I would love to. What is the difficulty, Mr. DM?
It is, you can set it at DC 1. The higher you roll, the more I'll reveal.
Sure thing. And you said wits insight?
Yep.
Sure thing. What is our desperation? Inquisitive.
I mean, actually, yeah, you are inquisitive. If you want to throw desperation on, you're all at desperation 4.
I don't get many chances, guys. At least let me look.
Listen, we're already at danger 5, so all that could happen is you take aggravated willpower damage. So I say
exactly. Thank you. We're fine.
Oh my gosh, that was a 5 successes. Mix with 5 successes. Yuna looks genuinely remorseful. I'll give you some bonus info too. With that many successes, you can tell Yuna looks like they feel really bad, both about what happened, but also about the fact that they witnessed that private moment. It looks as if, too, I would say, that it looks as if they regret bringing it up, as if they're not sure whether they should have, but that they seem concerned. No, with the 5, they don't just seem, Yuna is concerned about you.
Mm-hmm. Could I ask a question just because of it? Is it possible that Mix can tell, like, is this sympathy just from someone who's like, man, that's a sad situation, or is it sympathy from someone who genuinely cares?
Ooh. You know what? I would say that while there is clearly the sympathy of that sad situation, given what you know about Yuna and the sort of horrors that they've witnessed through the screens they've watched, you have a feeling it would not be affecting them this bad if it was just a sad situation.
Mix, for a moment, is silent, just taking this all in. And they snort. Okay. Alright. Kind of a sad sack of a boss. Ain't I? You know, just got my own employee worrying about me.
For what it's worth, I think you're a better boss than my last one.
That's not a hard bar to clear. It's okay, you don't have to put on airs. It's fine. I'm not gonna kick you to the wolves.
I appreciate that you wouldn't, but, look, I just...
You what? You care? You want me to be okay?
They look as if they're struggling to get that out. And they just say, you... Yes.
Mix kind of had like this frustrated look on their moment, and then when Yuna says yes, that catches them by surprise. They kind of, their face, which was, you know, turning towards a frown, kind of freezes up for a moment. And then they stand up from the chair. Yeah, okay. You care. You care. You know that, like, none of this is your problem, right? It's not. It's fine. You don't have to dig deep in for sympathy. You really don't have to. It's fine. I
mean, this is kind of my problem.
Because I'm your boss. It's fine. I'm not gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna.
Because, I mean, there's the fact that I'm relying on all of you for survival. Yes. But I won't leave you behind.
Mix takes a moment and then steps closer towards Yuna, and their eyes are sharp. It's like they are piercing into Yuna's soul, and they say, "Do you understand what that means?"
Yuna kind of, their eyes dart away, almost as if unable to meet yours. What it means?
You want me to be honest with you? I don't have anyone left. Alright, my family, my butlers, people I cared about, the subordinates, the one subordinate who liked me, gone. If you're saying that you're not going to leave me, I don't need you saying that. if you're just saying it because you feel bad. Okay? I don't need it. If you're just trying to get some sympathy points. If you're just trying to make yourself feel better, I don't need that. All right, you have to mean that. Do you understand me? You have to mean that.
Yuna kind of flinches back a bit at the intensity. And they're not able to meet your gaze. Their head kind of hangs down. But you hear them say, I don't have anyone either. Anyone left either.
Mix puts...
So I know. I mean, I can't know how you know, but...
Mix puts their hands on Yuna's shoulder and stares straight at Yuna. You swear? You swear to me? You swear to me right now you won't leave. Alright? No matter what happens. Swear to me.
From beneath that curtain of hair, for a moment you can see Yuna's eyes dart up to meet yours. And there's a clear terror in their eyes, both from, no doubt, the amount of things that have happened in just these past few days that are way out of their realm. This nest board from J Corp. There's also this shock from how intense Mick suddenly is. But beneath that fear, there's the beginning. There's a fire starting to burn. And this determination there. And they can't hold your gaze for long. But they do say, I swear, I mean, you're my boss now, aren't you?
For a moment, Mix hears something in the back of their head. A distant memory from a time long ago. Understand, boy. A loyal pawn is better than 1,000 paid hands. You would do well to follow that lesson. And Mix blinks and steps back. Bye. You're. And they look away. Conflicted. And then they pull away for just a moment. Unsure. I think for the first time that sort of coldness in their eyes melts. The ice in their voice disappearing. Their hands, just for a moment, let go of Yuna. out of curiosity, does Yuna do anything?
When Mix's hands let go of them, they look surprised and then concerned at the sudden change. And for a moment, one of their hands seems to twitch as if going to reach out towards Mix to grab them back. But they falter, quickly drawing it back to them as if unable to bring themselves.
All right. It's. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I saw something I shouldn't have.
Mix turns back towards Pascal at this point.
Yuna looks at Mix for another moment. Their gaze kind of wavering. But then they sort of retreat back towards the tearful thing.
Mix, at this point, sort of thinks, and then thinks and thinks and thinks and thinks for a moment, and they decide to make a decision. Is it a good one? Is it the right one? They don't know. They quickly fall after Yuna and grab onto their arm.
Boss?
You said you wouldn't leave me.
I
need you. Please. Stay with me. I need you.
I'm not going anywhere, boss. I'll be here when you get back. Like I said, I can't go anywhere.
Mix embraces,
Their face goes bright red, and they kind of awkwardly try to, hug Mix back, and I imagine Mix has had a hug before.
Yeah.
It's pretty clear that this person you're hugging now doesn't seem to really know or understand what that is. But they don't pull away.
I promise. So don't leave me. Please.
I won't, boss. I promise.
Just call me by my name.
I won't leave you, Mix.
Thank you. And that's that.
Yeah, after a fair amount of time, Yuna kind of squirms in their hold and is like, you probably really should not keep the rest of them waiting.
Fine, sorry. That was inappropriate. I'm sorry. Thank you. Call me. You can call me Mix if it's just us two, but still call me boss in front of everyone else.
There's 3 loud bangs on the door and said, "What part of 5 did you not count to, manager? Go, go, go!"
I'll see you again. Once we're back.
Yeah, you shouldn't keep that one waiting. He's going to throw another fit, probably.
All right. Just stay safe, okay? Pascal's here, and yeah, and then Mix steps away for a moment, turns back, puts a hand on Yuna's cheek, and then steps away fully and quickly grabs her things and runs out.
And Yuna's left just standing there looking after Mix, just like frozen for a moment, face completely red and flustered, before they just grab the tablet and kind of just focus back on their work, like...
Pascal beeps.
Don't beep at me.
Pascal chirps sadly.
And managers, are you all ready to head out onto the street?
Pryor's been ready for several minutes, and he's tapping his foot aggressively by the time Mix gets out there.
Sorry.
How thin do you think the curtains are here? Like, do you think we all heard that?
Did Kai have his ear pressed against the RV that whole time?
Yeah.
Make me a wits awareness. The walls are not that thick between the different rooms.
Hell.
I'm the most aware man.
DC free wits awareness to see how much of that conversation you all heard.
Oh my god.
Yes, I can roll that.
Okay,
Oh
it's gonna be a challenge for me to make this, but it's worth it.
I heard.
Damn it!
Willpower.
You want to spend that point of willpower.
You're so right. You're so right. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
So, Kai, Meru, you both heard. Pryor's completely oblivious.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, Murray was definitely next to Kai, pretending that he wasn't listening in, but you could see the way he tilted his head, he totally was listening. It was his only form of entertainment for the past 8 minutes.
Meru's just oh my god, can you believe that? And then Kai's oh my god, I cannot believe they just said that.
Murray's probably quiet about it, but he probably lifts up Justicia at one point to see side eye Kai, are you hearing this?
Kai and Mary are side eyeing each other so hard.
Yeah, Mick steps out hastily and shuts the door behind them and says, Sorry, I just had to take care of some things. Yeah. And they look a little red. Their tie's a little loose.
What?
They are putting on their jacket just barely as they try to fix themselves.
Can I look at Meru harder?
Yeah, no, same. Murray nudges Kai a little, shakes his head I'm not going there.
Okay.
And then says, "All right, ready to go?"
Yeah, I am.
All right, excellent. We're 3 minutes behind schedule.
Sorry,
and that was with the extra time I gave knowing you all weren't going to be ready in 5. So let's get onto the streets. Let us remember there is assassin after us. We can handle our interpersonal dramas when there's a blade not to our throats, managers.
Noted.
Yeah.
Gossiping children, honestly. Pryor opens the door to the RV and basically escorts them out and goes, Go, go, go. We have to make a straight shot to the crowd. Once we hit the crowd, we'll be safe, but we have to move quickly.
Nix thinks they see some weird glances from Kai and Meru, and they think about asking, but then they just kind of just hope that they wasn't heard.
Managers.
And Pryor is going to try and get this circus onto the road.
Yes. You all head out onto the street. And I'm going to need either a DC 5 Dex Stealth, Wit Streetwise, or Composure Persuasion to try to avoid notice or blend in with the crowd to basically deter any attacks. And a reminder, Meru, Mix, Kai all get +2 to their Dex Stealths.
What's the DC?
DC 5.
5. Oof. I have 7 dice.
And I
I
have less
will-
than that.
Remember, composure persuasion is also an option.
Yep.
Yeah, that's way better for me. Okay, I'm gonna do that. 2 gift die. And I'm so sorry, I just forgot what the DC was.
5.
Ooh, I would
5.
also note Kai can also roll for his own his own safety equipment if he wishes.
Let's see.
I did a little card to make that dice roll.
Oh yeah, Meru is safe. Meru's able to just stay hidden.
Right.
Yeah, it would be for you. It would be 6 dice at difficulty 4.
What were the? It was Dex Stealth. What else? Good.
Composure persuasion, or
Composure
with street
persuasion.
walk.
I think Composure's Persuasion would be my best bet. And a +3.
Oh, okay.
Go.
Oh, what would be +3 to what?
A +2.
+3.
You get a +2 dice.
+2.
bonus.
+2.
Yeah,
+2.
+2.
Gotcha.
+2 to avoid notice.
All right. Well, this is what we do willpower for.
Oh, come on, triple successes. Oh,
No.
That's so close.
okay. Only a margin of 1 though. Only a margin of 1.
Okay, here's a question.
Yeah.
It's been a while. I didn't have a certain luck
You're
that
kidding.
I could use.
Yes. Would you like the luck of the devil?
I would.
Who
I
are you
would.
gonna throw under the bus?
Don't worry. It doesn't need to be any of you.
Oh my
Yeah.
God. Okay.
Well, who else would
Mix.
it be?
Don't worry about it.
Is going to use luck of the devil, and that if I'm allowed to choose, could I?
Ooh, what would you like to choose?
I'd like our poor friend. I think Meru's living it too large, so
Fine. You can do that. That's fine.
Oh, we were trying to hide. I was like,
Listen, it's. Listen, if Mix wants to push Meru out of the hiding spot, that's fine.
I can say you can choose prior so he double fails. I don't know what that would
is
mean,
true.
but he might just.
Ooh, wait, that might be more dramatic.
Assassin directly.
How do
That
you
might be more
fail?
dramatic. Would that be a thing we could do, Mr. GM?
Yes. Yes.
Ooh, I like that then.
Prior takes the effect of his failure and your failure.
Yeah,
He deserves it. He interrupted the moment.
Yeah,
that's real.
That's true.
That's true. That's true. Come on,
That's
karma.
true.
Or like sees the assassin is like Mix. We have to. He turns around and there's a big neon sign. Mix's set up just saying he's right here, officer.
Oh my God.
So, all of you are making your way back to the casino. Meru, you're able to easily. You're used to having to hide. Back when you were on District 23's back street, to not get caught by any number of people. So you're quite used to this. You're able to maneuver your way, no problem. Kai, you've always been good with crowds. You've always been good with blending in on the street. It's no problem for you to find where to go to act like you belong. And Mix, as you are making your way through, there's one patch where there's not a lot of people around. You all have to pass through one of those alleyways where the buildings are high on either side. And there is a movement.
Oh.
That's the wrong. Oops, my bad. I was like, that is not what I named that track.
Cut the commercial. Cut the commercial.
Commercial. There is. You suddenly have this feeling. There is this feeling that creeps down your spine. And you're not quite sure what it is. But prior, you hear that familiar sound of mimicry.
Goodbye.
Prior hears the sound and he realizes the crowd has thinned out around him for a moment. Prior locks in. He feels this time as his foot leaves the ground. His eyes dart up, then to the left, then to the right. He realizes that there is nothing else he can do in this moment, so he is going to attempt to rouse Life for a Daredevil from its sheath as he attempts to activate his dodging gift.
Yes. You may do so.
Please. Don't fail here. Do not fail here. I am screaming, begging, crying. God damn it.
No!
Oh.
I have to spend the willpower.
Oh,
it's so unlikely,
why?
but nope.
Uh,
Alright.
Yep. You're not able to in time. But you can still make me a DC 8 Dex Athletics check.
Oh.
Oh my god.
I'm so sorry, Prior.
What the hell, Mix?
Done this.
I think
Oh.
he might be evil.
It's like I pull out the gun.
I
and
think Prior
shoot
might just be
Prior.
outright dead.
Who could have done that?
Oh my
well,
god.
Good try and willpower.
It's fine.
Okay.
So,
We're good.
Prior,
Yeah.
you're all walking and almost at the end of the alleyway. First of all, Mix sees something. Mix, you suddenly see a butterfly light down on one of your horns. And at the end of that alleyway, you see Funeral of the Dead Butterfly standing there. And it lifts its arm, and the butterfly lights up from you and lands instead on the rose blossoming on the crown of thorns. And that's when, Prior, you hear it. And you see in front of you that familiar face and that sword, which slices into your arm, taking it off.
There is a moment that Prior spins, sees it coming, he moves, and then you all just hear the sound of ego being rended as the arm falls out of the sleeve of Gaze, cut clean through. How much damage is that, Mr. GM?
Prior, you are taking, I believe, 8 aggravated red damage. They are looking at you. So, I believe Gaze reduces that to...
4.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4. Briar has 1 non-aggravated health box currently. He is immediately impaired. And with the gurgling sound, blood begins to splurt out from the sleeve of Gaze as he chokes back. His eyes all of them are wide and dilated as shock sets in instantly. Prior does not completely comprehend what has just happened.
Oh.
And can you all roll me initiative?
I
had the previous combat up. Here we go.
Wahoo.
Yeah.
Well, initiative at least.
So, Meru, you act first. Let me pull that up for everyone here.
Mix was busy looking at butterflies. They didn't notice.
Meru,
They're like, wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
you're almost you've been sneaking along, you're almost back to where the casino is. And that's when you hear that sound. Of Prior's arm just being torn through.
Well, Meru, he immediately freezes and turns back just to see what happened. And when he sees Prior's arm, his blood runs kind of cold. 'Cause they just left. You know? Things shouldn't be going this wrong this quickly. But, I mean, I guess that's just their luck, right? So, I mean, obviously he's going to... He's not gonna just keep going. He's gonna, you know... He's not gonna let Prior die. Because Meru gets stealth, does he get a bonus to an attack? Because he's concealed?
You know what? Yes, you are concealed. They did not notice you. You're attacking at DC 1.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I think Meru... Instinctually, he's going to fire Magic Bullet if he can. Let me see. Actually, first, may I Justicia?
Yes, you may Justicia. Do you think this assassin is guilty?
Yes, just like before. What is the DC for that again?
The DC for Justicia with this assassin is DC 4.
Okay. And I can use Desperation for this?
You absolutely can. Actually, wait, no, Justicia you cannot,
no, I can't,
because it's not martial.
You're right.
Not for Justicia.
Yeah, super guilty. It's still the morning. It's not even noontime yet.
Yeah. You believe super... Actually, with a crit, you're going to do an additional 2 instead of 1 damage, and an additional +2 to hit instead of a +1 to hit.
Okay, so I get an extra dice.
Yeah, an extra dice to hit and an extra damage.
Okay. Okay, well now I'm gonna shoot magic bullet. And you said DC 1?
DC 1.
And Desperation 4, right?
Yep, Desperation 4.
Okay. Give me a second.
Whoa.
No, I'm not done. I'm not done.
He's not done.
I failed. I am done.
He is
I
done.
am
He
done.
is done. All right.
He is done.
Let's reel
I
it.
tried.
Let's reel it in.
But
He's done.
still, it's
So,
fine.
Good.
So we are at danger 1, and there was a 1 on that dice. So Meru is going to take a point of aggravated willpower damage.
Ah, that's fine.
But, however, that is 11, 15 egg black, 2 pale damage.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
We just killed the assassin.
Oh my god. Wait, how many eggs? This is
No,
1
15
million.
15 egg black, and then
Yes.
2 pale.
okay. This assassin is not in good shape.
Yeah. Yeah. I would like to imagine that Meru sees what happens. Immediately, like, the teal, like, just starts, like, flowing from his eye. As he quickly lowers Justicia, and grabs Magic Bullet and just kind of, like, as he, like, starts to run forward to, you know, get to where Pryor is, just fires the gun, because they're not losing anybody. Not right now. Not on his watch.
The gun goes off, and you see it goes through the assassin. Meru, anyone else who just got hit with this should be dead. They look to be in horrible shape.
Yeah. Is it possible for me to say that I am able to stand in front of Pryor? Or can I not?
Yes, you can.
Yes, I
You
can?
can get in front of Pryor.
There's
You
a
can
question there?
honestly go if you. I imagine you shot and then you can move. So
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, were there any other people behind?
Doesn't
no.
matter to Meru.
Yeah, I imagine Meru, you were just shooting. You also do know there are people in front of you all at the end of the alleyway, which when Magic Bullet goes off, there's a sudden reaction from people nearby. But then they keep moving around their day, just avoiding the alleyway you all are down.
Hearing gunshots and you're like, not my
Prior
business.
health.
And Pryor, you suddenly feel this warm light as you can heal a point of of aggravated damage.
I'll take that.
No, this assassin is not doing well. And Meru, they look into your eye as they can only see one. And then they're going to vanish. And to spot them, you can all make me a DC 6 Wits Awareness check.
My question. I remember last time how we ruled this, I think, was if I had Justicia active, the DC would be a little lower because technically I lock on.
Yes, you only have to make a DC 5.
Perfect. Thank you.
I can't make this.
Well,
There's no way. So
Yeah.
I do not have awareness.
Well, yep. I've never been aware.
Hold up. No, I can
Yo.
spot them. I'm pissed off.
Yep. Meru, you're able to spot them as they've basically leapt back on top of the high alleyways around you both on one of the buildings. And you do notice that they are sort of just clutching their chest near where the bullet passed through. And you watch as there's this little ampule in their hand that they withdraw and inject themselves with. before retreating.
Oh, they just leave?
Yep.
Oh.
Well,
Problem solved. Yeah, no.
Leaving the 4 of you in the alleyway.
Oh, okay. Well, I think once Meru gets the idea that they're gone, he'll immediately, like, the smoky teal fades from Justicia, and he immediately whips around to look at Prior, and suddenly, like, he doesn't know what to do. He looks a little frantic, honestly. Like, lifts a hand up, but it's, like, shaking just a little bit because Prior does not look good. And
the capsules.
Right.
Oh my god, they're on Prior right now.
And he, like, wanders over to where his arm is still clutching the blade on the ground and, like, bends down to try and pry the ego weapon out of the grip and says, have to take it before it destabilizes. And he wrenches the blade from the grip of his severed arm. And as he does, almost instantly, you all watch the arm on the ground rapidly begin to decompose. Like, in a matter of seconds, it begins to curl in on itself. You see these almost like roots spurt from one end of the arm, like a potato trying to find soil when left on the shelf. And then after a few more seconds, it completely dehydrates and literally turns to dust on the ground.
Cool.
Kai. Ampule. Kai. And he bites down on Life for a Daredevil's hilt in his mouth, reaches in with his offhand into the capsule, and throws Kai one of them.
Oh my god, okay. Yeah, and obviously Kai's gonna jam it into Prior immediately. What's the int medicine? What's the DC for this?
DC would be 4 because Prior
Yeah.
4 health boxes filled.
Mm-hmm. No, you're no. You're kidding.
No.
You're kidding.
Oh no.
Kai has to be really shaken by the fact that Prior doesn't have an arm.
I mean, the first these are experimental ampules. The first one, I doesn't seem to do anything.
Oh my god.
You have a second one.
See, this is where I would normally offer my extra dice and medicine.
Yeah, I was like, can
last
anyone
time.
help?
I could. Listen, I offered it last time and somebody said no, Meru's not going to offer anything. He wants to, but he doesn't know
I think
it.
Mix, at this point, grabs Meru by the shoulder and says, you need to help him!
It's not that I don't want to.
Do it!
Prior's in too bad shape to deny you, I think, right now.
Yeah, Prior's going through shock. Like, you can see in his eyes that he's not quite... Like, there's something in his eyes that's, like, not quite registering everything around him.
Yeah, Mix just, like, shoves Meru over towards them.
Jeez.
Doesn't matter how upset he gets at you later, I think that this is urgent enough.
Okay.
Alright. You can make that again with an extra dice.
Please, God! Okay, that is great. I'm still gonna willpower. More of that.
While this is happening, Mix is just frantically looking around with Solemn Lamentron.
Okay.
Alright. So, Prior, you're able to heal for the ampules, I believe, do heal 1 aggravated damage, and in addition...
And the margin.
Yep, and the margin. So you're able to heal for 4 aggravated.
That gets...
I can't count. 3 aggravated.
Oh, well, it'd be 3 plus 1, because it margin 3, since it... margin of 3 plus 1 for the base ampule.
I was right the first time.
Yes, that is enough. as the second one injects, it seems to kick, and there's like a moment, and then seconds later, Pryor's arm kind of like falls out of the sleeve almost as it's fully back the way it is, and he instinctively flexes his fingers and shakes out his head. What just happened? He takes a Life for a Daredevil out of his mouth and sheathes it on his back and goes, is everyone else okay?
Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah. You're, the first ampule didn't take. You're feeling okay now?
Thank you for the assistance. Kai, Meru, both of you.
I was wondering if Pryor was aware of the fact that Meru helped. Alright.
Yeah, Pryor can see Meru three steps away. He can put two and two together.
You all have a feeling you might not want to linger here, even if Meru's driven off the assassin for now.
It was just a hit and run tactic. They're trying to just narrow our resources, cull our numbers.
We can theorize about it later. We need to move now.
Right. Pryor stomps his foot twice, shakes off the feeling, readjusts his sleeve, and goes to the casino. Straight path. No more detours.
They ruined a perfectly good suit jacket, too.
And you all keep heading out and to the casino.
We'll say Mix does look over at Meru and mutter sorry as they walk.
Meru does not reply.
The four of you make it back to the casino you visited before. And when you all walk in, there's a familiar face you see, who the moment they see all of you enter, instantly turns away and tries to hide in the crowd.
I feel like someone was looking at us. I'm not sure why.
Pryor has mostly shaken it off now, and as he enters, he brushes himself off again, looks to everyone and nods and says, we gotta find our... He flips out the little business card they got. Mr. Nero.
Well, couldn't be too hard to find him.
True. Pryor flips the card over. Is there any, like, address or anything else on there?
The address on the card is this casino's. There is a number on the card. You also see the name. You imagine that if you're looking to meet with him, most people would probably call in advance to set up an appointment. But there's a lot of security guards milling about, and you figure they'd probably be the best people to ask if you're looking to find Nero, and considering you have a card from him.
Alright, well. Pryor flips the card in his hand and says, simplest solution is often the most straightforward. Let's ask someone. Pryor will walk up to one of the bouncers.
All right. You head up to one of the bouncers, and they look you up and down, and they're like, "Can I help you?"
Evening, gentlemen. He holds up the card. We're looking for Mr. Nero. Yesterday he said that he wanted to work with us on a project. We're coming to take him up on his offer, potentially.
Project.
I can, lead you up there. And they kind of look you all up and down again, and there's a recognition in this bouncer's eyes, and you have a feeling they've probably been notified to keep an eye out for the four of you.
He shrugs his shoulders and says, "Then please, take all the time you need. We'll stay right here. Not looking to cause any problems."
All right, I'll go let him know you're here. And you all have a moment as the security guard leaves to go alert Nero, leaving the four of you alone. If there's anything you all want to discuss in relative privacy, now would be the time to do so.
Yeah. Pryor turns back and says, "It's just confirmed that we are going to need to move fast. Whatever this deal is, we have to be willing to get it done within, hopefully, a very short period of time. Maybe, Mary, you've bought us a little bit of time driving them off, but they're going to be back. And if they hit that hard, we can't show. Mix, Kai, you two might have to handle the negotiation. I can talk straight, but he might be able to read my desperation, and that's the last thing we need.
Fine,
You
we
two are
gotta.
much better at holding cover, or holding good under pressure.
That's fine. We've got, Mick says, looking at Pryor, to keep in mind he's a loan shark. He's gonna try every way to screw us over. So, worst comes to worst, we gotta think about the other option. A lot of ways to make money. Honesty is not the only way. Hi, do you want me to handle negotiations or?
Sorry. I don't know if Kai would outwardly say I'm not in a great state of mind right now.
Mix kind of pauses and says, "It's fine. You can help me."
Yes, no, of course. No, always, if nothing else, you can depend on me to do whatever needs to be done.
I do depend on you. We'll be fine.
Hmm.
Alright.
The security comes back and says, "Right this way," and ushers you all upstairs. And you all find yourselves led upstairs through the outer floors of the casino and to a private area. There are 2 security guards in the room, and there are more you all could see outside. And waiting for you all is Nero, the loan shark you met before. There's a grin on his face, and he almost looks expectant. He's sitting in one of the chairs and sort of gestures at the other chairs around and says, Come in, take a seat.
Friar does not waste a moment. He finds a seat on the opposite end of the table and takes a moment to make himself as comfortable as he physically can. His eyes, all 6 of them, don't leave Nero as he settles in.
Mix will sit in one of the chairs closest to Nero.
Kai will position himself right next to Mix. Whatever chairs one away.
Mary will just take whatever's left, I guess.
Once all of you are seated, Nero says, "What can I do for the 4 of you?"
Well, Mix says, leaning forward, we're here to see if we could potentially talk to you about we've got a debt we've recently come into, and we're looking to pay that off, and being a man of money seems like you're kind of man we should consult when it comes to these sorts of issues.
Nero has that grin on his face the whole time, and he nods as you're saying that and says, I see. A debt. Is it one of you in debt? And he's kind of like looking at the 4 of you.
Prior will allow Mix to continue.
Well, it seems that unfortunately, and Mix kind of chuckles. Gambling is a vice of one of my friends that he can't really kick. And considering the kind of people we owe this money to, we don't really have the option to say no. Or run. Has to be dealt with immediately. Before it's too late.
I'd hope you wouldn't run from your debt.
You know what kind of city this is, Mr. Nero? Nobody makes it very far.
Exactly. Can I offer you all a drink?
Of course. Your favorite, I assume?
Oh. Well,
Oh, I'm sorry. Of course, if you don't want to. Simple water would be fine.
I can of course oblige, and he will grab one of the bottles that he has kept in the room, and he'll pour 4 cups and have the security guard, he'll pour them, and the security guard will put them in front of each of you. It's up to you whether or not you decide to drink them, though.
Please, a glass for yourself as well, Mr. Nero.
Ah, you're right. And he does the same for himself and takes a drink.
As Nero is distracted with the drink, Prior looks at Mix, and his expression is silently trying to figure out what tactic Mix is taking. He's put his trust in Mix, but he looks nervous as Mix has implied it's their debt.
Mix chuckles and says, well, I'm glad it's nice to see that you're willing to drink with us. You know, I've always thought it's best to do business with people who are able to relax around others. It's no good doing business with paranoid men and women.
Agreed.
Well,
so
then,
why don't we get down to business? You said a friend of yours is in debt.
Absolutely. And, well, we have to pay it off. There's no point in running away.
Can you give me any details about this debt? Well, since you're all here, I imagine you're here to take me up on my offer.
We are. There's a man we know who has some outstanding debts, like I said, from gambling. And we're looking to pay that off as soon as we can. And your offer couldn't have come at a better time. The interest on the debts for this are particularly high. The casino doesn't seem to operate like most. So we're hoping we can deal with it in one fell swoop.
Nero's listening and nods and says, "You keep saying a friend, but I'm afraid that unless you tell me just how much debt they're in, I'm not going to be able to help very much with finding a job."
Well, I'm sure an illustrious man like yourself can find a job that pays out for 30 billion on.
Half of 30 billion on?
Repeat that, sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, he says half of 30 billion on, you said?
$30 billion on in total.
In total? I have a job.
Prior speaks up and says, "You see, the problem is the debt is compounded daily. So, obviously, we're looking for something that makes use of our skills. We're already operatives focused on getting in and out quickly, but you can imagine we have a vested interest in something dangerous, high risk, high reward."
What my friend here is trying to say is we need the payment to be able to be delivered ASAP. Like I said, this casino doesn't really operate like most others. They really try to lock you in on your debt.
And Nero kind of tilts his head at that and looks curious and says, "Have you been to a lot of casinos? This is just how J Corp operates. If you don't know the rules, you shouldn't be playing the games."
Prior
That's fair,
slides. Prior slides mix the folder they got with all of Micah's info on it, and gestures for them to take it.
Mix looks at it, takes it, and puts it to the side. Micah is our friend's name.
Micah.
Micah.
Nero looks at the files near Mix, then looks to Mix and says, "Any other info you can provide on your friend? Anything I should know?"
I'd love to, but knowledge is priceless.
Prior
I just want
looks
to make
at
sure
Mix.
that you and I can... I just want to make sure that you don't just back away from this deal, Mix says, leaning forward. I would prefer, and they, again, like, have, like, a hand, they sort of start to slide it forward towards Nero. Just want to make sure that you don't just try and run with this information.
Nero kind of laughs at that. Like, if I needed information, I wouldn't be doing it through this.
I know that Kai's not the one negotiating because he said that he'd trust Mix with it, but I think he's gonna kind of nudge them and push the files a little closer. I think information on the person that we're looking for would prove helpful right now. I don't doubt Mr. Nero's word that he could find out what he needed to if he wanted to.
Nero looks to Kai and grins and then kind of leans in and says, "Trust me, I don't care about some person's debt lying around. That's the job of the security to bring them in. And you aren't running from J Corp security. No, the reason I'm asking all of you is because there's a compounding interest, as you've said. I sort of need to know who I'm appealing to get that to stop."
Prior, realizing that despite everything they've attempted, there really was no way that they were going to argue this from any stronger position. He looks over and says, "Micah has critical information on a piece of technology that a rival company wants. It's information that we also need from our friend. At the end of the week, there's someone else coming to negotiate for the debt, and you see, we came to you because we need to pay it off before that company gets to it."
I see. Well then, I can arrange to freeze that. If, of course, you're all willing to take on a certain troublesome bounty.
Depends. You can help us pay off the debt.
I'll see what I can do. And Nero says, "Excuse me a moment," and goes to the phone in the corner. And you all watch as he dials a number. There's a ring. "Joey, it's Nero. There's some guys here who are interested in that one prisoner, Micah, and you owe me a favor." There's a silence, and you imagine the person on the other end is talking before he says, Yeah, that one. "Why don't you freeze this debt at 30 billion on if my guys can get it for you by the end of the week? Trust me. If they're able to reel this in, it'll be a bigger catch than what you've currently got working for you." And there's another silence before he hangs up the phone and heads back over to all of you, sitting down in his chair. "Well, they've agreed to freeze the debt so long as you deliver on the bounty."
Prior smiles and nods his head and says, "Excellent. In that case, Mr. Nero, I think we have a deal. We'd be more than happy to work with you on this matter, but we are going to also need details on what exactly you expect from us."
Of course. So, I've got a lucrative offer for the four of you. There's this group, the Yurodiviye, they call themselves. Don't know if any of you happen to have heard that name before. And he looks to see. And I will let you all know now, you don't need to roll for this. None of you recognize that name. Do any of you try to hide the fact you don't recognize it, however?
I would like to make an argument.
Ooh, yes, please do.
you see, Pryor has a perfect memory, and the middle and the Yurodive have not always gotten along before.
Oh. You know what? Actually, yes. Make me a wit streetwise, adding your perfect memory.
Pryor absolutely will.
All right.
Do.
And I will say, too, I did not miss the resolve that happened earlier. That will come into play when there is a combat. But perhaps all of you feel a little bit stronger. Ooh. All right. Pryor, you do know that name, actually.
See, Pryor, part of his duty was to reconcile the books of vengeance of many of the members. But, especially near the end of his empire, I imagine he might have started to see certain tags that there were perhaps a group out there who has very occasionally done some things, some activities that might have gotten the ire of some of his little siblings.
Yes, that would be correct. You recognize, you're not quite sure much about them, but you know that they had indeed drawn some little siblings' ire, and that they're a syndicate. They're a syndicate of sorts. So you don't know too much about them.
Yeah. The name is vaguely familiar. And he puts a hand to his chin. So I don't have to roll to hide nothing. Pryor does have a vague recollection.
All right. Do the rest of you try to hide the fact that you don't know anything about them?
What would the roll be?
It would be a manipulation subterfuge.
I got 2 dice.
Does Meru care to hide that Meru doesn't know anything?
No. I mean, I don't think he thinks it... I don't think he's really thinking about that.
In that case, Mix, Kai, do either of you try to hide?
Kai's willing to kill whoever. I don't think he cares that Nero doesn't know that he doesn't know who that is. Or I don't think he cares that Nero knows that he doesn't know who that is.
All right, and Mix. Does Mix attempt to, or does Mix...
Mix cannot. Like, there's no way, so...
All right. In that case, Nero seems to notice that Pryor's the only one of you with any knowledge on them. And then continues and says, well, they've been causing trouble in J Corp, robbing casinos, including my clients, and I want that money back from them. There's a minder syndicate, been causing trouble, shouldn't be much of an issue for the likes of you four with that special gear and all you got on. And he waves and gestures to your ego before he continues and says, I don't know much about them, nor do I care. What I do know is they've been robbing from our good, hard-working folks here and disrupting our business operations. So what I need from the four of you is to hunt them down and bring them in. Preferably alive, so J Corp can dole out the proper justice, but it's no skin off my back if it's corpses you return with instead.
Pryor leans back and goes, they've robbed enough casinos that they're offering $30 billion for its recovery. More than that, because I think you're taking your cut off the top.
He grins and nods and says, "They're a slippery bunch."
All right. He looks towards the managers and says, he's sort of searching for any sign of hesitation, but there's none in Pryor's face. This deal seems too good to be true, which means it probably is, but if nothing else, it seems like a clean operation to start. If he doesn't read any objection after a moment, he'll turn back and say, "All right. You freeze the debt, 30 billion, get that transferred over. You can send it right to the debtors to make sure. We'll consider our business squared away." He'll stand up from the table and walk around to offer his newly reformed hand to Nero.
Nero takes his hand and shakes it and says, "A pleasure doing business."
Pleasure was all mine. All right. Corp. Everyone got their gear ready.
Always do.
All right. Only one question for you, Mr. Nero. You got a place for us to start looking?
That I do. And Nero goes and basically says something to one of the security guards, who comes back after a moment with some files, which Nero hands out to the four of you and says, "Here's where they were last spotted. Here's where we've seen them. I hope you do all understand that most of the information gathering will be up to you."
It's fine. It's nice just to have a place to start. Tight turnaround on this bounty, but we'll get it done. You'll hear back from us, hopefully, very soon.
I look forward to it.
Pryor turns, nods his head, and gestures towards the door to lead the other managers out.
And do any of you do anything else before heading out of the private chamber?
Nope.
Not in particular. He'll probably. I assume someone must have grabbed the folder on Micah, right? If not, Kai will probably just snatch that off the table and nod acknowledgement at Nero before joining Pryor.
Yep.
All right.
Pryor turns and gives Nero a final nod as he walks out the door and closes it behind him.
He just nods back, grinning at all of you, as the doors close and the security leads you back down to the first floor of the casino.
Pryor lets out a breath as soon as they're back on the casino floor. Alright, well then. Doing battle with a syndicate to get stolen funds. We can expect they've probably used them themselves to trick out their augments and their gears. We're going to be fighting against a prepared opponent, and what's worse, we're going to be sieging them on their turf. We're going to have to fight for every single on we're earning.
I suppose at the least they aren't expecting it.
Pryor turns to Mix and goes, "You alright, kid?"
Yeah, why wouldn't I be?
Prior looks at Mix for a moment, and there's genuine concern that passes over his eyes. And he just nods and goes, "Good. All right. Well, we just can't have any more... No more run-ins today. We just have to focus on the mission. No more distractions. Hopefully, nothing unexpected from here on out."
And as you're all headed out of the casino,
I don't like the way you say that.
Real life jump scare.
you hear a familiar hello.
Right.
Of someone who's seen you and feels hostile intent towards you.
Prior freezes like a deer as they're heading towards the door of the casino, and he whispers under his breath, "Someone saw us. Where?" And he'll look towards Meru.
I'd ask if you'd all like to give me a wits awareness, but I don't know if Meru's really the only one who has wits awareness. So if any of you would like to assist him.
I mean, I have a dot of awareness. I can help Meru. I cannot roll by myself very well.
All
Prior
right.
scans the crowd for to aid Meru.
Okay, so that's 9 dice. What's the DC?
It's only a DC 2. They're not very stealthy.
Oh.
Okay. Well, that's enough. It's enough. Listen. I would rather make that roll now.
It's true.
Yep.
So,
Real.
Meru,
Mhm.
as you're scanning the crowd, you see that there is a man in the crowd staring at all of you. And you have a feeling it has to be this man that must have startled Fire like that. As everyone else is minding their own business, but his face is completely pale, and he looks as if he's seen a reanimated corpse that crawled itself out of its grave and has come back for him.
Great. Yeah, I think when Meru notices him, he kind of narrows his eyes underneath Justicia and then nudges Prior and nods his head in the direction of the person and says, "There's someone staring. I think that might be them."
What? Who is it? Oh. Prior looks directly at Downer Dave.
Prior, you recognize those rods driven through his head. You can see how they still spark with electricity, just like they did back then.
Yeah, of course Prior recognizes those rods. He's the one who put them there. Prior looks at the man, and he for a moment he feels his flesh decaying on his skin, and he snaps himself out of that feeling of decay. It's a memory. And he tries to straighten his back and take a few steps towards the man as he holds a hand out to everyone else in sort of a stop a moment gesture.
As you take a step towards him, he flinches and seems to almost clutch at his head as if just being near you causes him a great deal of mental distress. And he takes a step back and says, No, you're dead. She said you were dead.
You talked to Doc then.
He freezes like he realizes he's messed up and made a mistake. And he sort of shakes his head and goes, Dave, stay back. I'm not again.
Pryor doesn't take any closer steps towards them. She almost got me. You know more than anyone how unkillable I am, right? That was always... Well, that was partially why I kept you around.
Those rods spark on his head. He looks at you and just goes, I deserved what happened, but they didn't. And he sort of looks past you and sees the 3 people standing behind you who are with you. And there's this sudden deep regret in his eyes. You're doing the same thing you've always done.
You know what kind of person I am, Downer. Dave. You know what kind of person I am.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I've done. Pryor doesn't know how even to begin. There are no words. But even before Doc tried to kill me, my time away, it let me change a little bit. Let me find people who could actually inspire me to be a little different. I don't mean you any harm. You can walk away if you want. I consider you and you don't owe me anything. Whatever debt was between us was released. He
is just staring at you.
Stop. I can't tell you what to do. I'm not him anymore. I'm not a big brother. I'm not out for you. I'm not out for anyone. I'm a changed man.
Are you? She sounded so sure you weren't. Are you actually changed?
Doc's always been wrong about me. Doc. Pryor's face twitches into something that could be considered a smile by some stretched definition. When she came to the web, she thought she could change it. She couldn't. When she thought she could kill me, she had failed. So Doc and I both share one very important thing in common, and that is we never get what we want. And I didn't want to change. But I was changed. And I have changed nonetheless, and I'm trying to change.
Are you really? Are you really changed, or is it just something about them?
Pryor turns over his shoulders. He looks back. The only way to stop a river is to build a dam. Look in my eyes. You can take the big brother out of the middle, but you can't take the middle out of the big brother. But I'm making an effort. And they're there to pull me back if I go over the river. Because that's what being changed is, Dave. It's other people willing to cut you down if you fail.
He looks up into your eyes, though he can't keep himself from looking at that eye on your chest, the eyes on your cheek that all seem to be staring into him. And a tremor racks him as he says, You're still expecting them to do that for you, just like you expected us.
Well, maybe they'll succeed where you failed, huh?
He flinches at that and grabs at his head this time and says, You're right, I did fail. That was my responsibility, and I did.
Pryor grabs at his own head as blood begins to leak down the side of his own as they mirror each other perfectly. No, that was...
Managers, do the three of you say anything? Step in at all as you're watching this?
I mean, is it really our place to?
Do any of you feel that it is?
I think Kai normally would. I don't know if he would right now, though. I don't know. Pryor seems like he's in distress, but it doesn't seem like he's in danger, so I think he'll let him handle it.
Does Mix do anything?
It's a good question. I think they want to. Would it be okay? Is the real question.
But does Mix try to say something to Pryor, to Dave?
Thing is, the Mix messed up again with the negotiations. They didn't.
I will.
Maybe
Mix
they
does
would.
have some. I was gonna say Mix has some insight, so I would just let you know that as Pryor has his back to you all, and Dave is his whole sight. It's all he can see. You start to see his posture shift, his attitude change with his back to you all. He is taking on a different posture, and it's not one that you've seen Pryor be happy with the fact that he's taken before.
Dave's just still there, staring, shaking.
As Pryor tears his hand away from his head, sees the blood on his hand, he clenches it shut. And he whispers to himself, "You're always trying to tell me something, but you won't ever say it straight up. Look, Downer. I burned my book. I turned my back on the old ways. I don't listen to the song anymore, okay? I don't know what you or Doc or any of the other ones that might still be running around want from me. But I'll give you this, okay? Stop acting like you don't want me dead. Because that's what you all have always wanted me, and I get it. I'd want me dead too. But I ain't gonna kill you. I'm not gonna kill any of you because I'm better now. Okay? I'm different. I'm changed. I'm better. Because I've always been able to do what I set my mind to when I set my mind to it. Because now I have people who are going to keep me in check, who are going to change my river. Because people can change. Do you understand me?
He looks up at you, those rods sparking, and reflected in his eyes, you see almost a familiar figure looking back at you, looming over him, not unlike he always used to.
Pryor closes all of his eyes so he doesn't have to look. You are... Please cut Pryor off.
I was gonna say, at this point, I think Meru's watched enough. He initially was going to just kind of... He didn't want to step on any toes, but at this point, there seems to be something wrong. So I think at this point, he does take a step forward and just kind of call out to Prior and be like, Prior, are you, and he's not really sure what to say, but he takes another step forward just to try to break whatever tension is happening here.
Hearing Meru's voice causes Prior to open his eyes, and as he looks back at Meru for a second, something flickers, and then this look of agony passes over Prior's expression. Genuine, actual physical pain. I don't know. I can't look at him. I'm just gonna hurt him again. I don't know how to talk to him. I don't deserve to do that.
Okay, so, if you can't do that, then look at us instead, okay? We should...
How can I turn my back on him? Meru, the man who's standing behind me. I laughed when I drove those rods through his head. Meru, I did that to him. And I did it because it made my life easier. He deserves to kill me, but I can't let him. And now I can't even look at him.
I don't know if Kai will say anything to Prior, but he might step closer. I don't believe that Kai would know Downer Dave. I don't think that's but like obviously he recognizes that Downer Dave knows him from the middle, and Kai knew what kind of man Prior was before. Would Downer Dave be open to communicating with Kai at all?
I think that Downer Dave sort of sees how the rest of you intervene, and his eyes flicker towards Kai, and there's some recognition there.
Mm.
And he sort of shakes and says, You've been hurt by him too, haven't you?
I can't say that I can speak to the same experience that you've had. I was a very willing participant, so I know I don't really have a place to say much of anything, but I knew the man that you knew, and I know the man he is now, and though he struggles, I do truly believe that he's different than before. Better in many people's eyes, even. I don't think that he would ever ask for your forgiveness. I know he wouldn't, but if I can at all vouch for his betterment, just in knowing who he was before, I believe that he's a better man than he was.
He looks unsure as he listens to you. his eyes sort of keep flickering to Prior as if expecting the pain to come and expecting something bad to happen.
He really won't do anything to harm you. I don't know that there's a way to make anything up, and I doubt that there's a way to make anything up, but he has not caused harm to anyone that hasn't been very necessary in quite some time. And I know that he deeply regrets a lot from his past. And I think that means something.
My empire is gone. I never expected to crawl out of the coffin I locked myself in. I would have liked if you all had thought I was dead and had lived the rest of your lives thinking that. I would let you kill me, if not for the fact there is someone I have already promised something to for that. The rest of my life deserves to be spent sitting where I can't hurt anyone, and where no one can make me hurt anyone. But I don't get that luxury, and I'm sorry I can't give it to you, Dave. But you'll be free of me soon. Everyone will be. When my work is done, I will go back to doing what I always do, and wait for a chance to do something better.
There is... When he looks at you this time, there is a genuine flicker in his eyes of this uncertainty, as if he was waiting for a blow that never came, as if your words are ones that he wasn't expecting a man like you to ever say.
We don't get to choose what kind of men we are, we just get to choose how we play the cards we're dealt, and how hard we fight against the river that's going to sweep us all away. You fought very hard, Dave, and I'm sorry you were swept up in my current. Sorry Doc was, you were, all of them.
I don't want to be swept away again. I don't.
Then I'm a mirage. I'm a ghost. I'm the last statue sitting in a desert, crumbling away. And once I leave this place, you'll never have to see me again.
There's a relief on his face at that. And he gives a little nod, wincing, as they spark again, and just says, I don't feel how Doc did. I don't want you here. I want you gone, but we should... I should go. And he looks like as if he's worried that Pryor's going to try to stop him, as if he's waiting to be dismissed.
No need. You were here first. I'll leave. And Pryor turns his back on Dave, giving Dave the perfect opportunity to strike if he'd like to take it.
Dave's body trembles, and there is that brief flash in his eyes of pain, looking up at that figure, of wanting to make him hurt like he's hurt him. But he just stays in place.
After a long moment, Pryor lets in a shaky breath and says, I would have forgiven you even if you had. And Pryor walks towards the exit.
Do all of you follow?
I mean, yeah, I think
Yes.
Mara will silently follow.
Yep.
You can feel that gaze on you all as you leave, and that pain in those eyes as you all head out to J Corp's back streets.
The second the door is between them and the casino, Pryor's entire body trembles like he's just walked out into the cold. And after a second, he sucks in a deep, sharp breath, and the trembling stops. Thank you. I apologize. I didn't mean to hold up. We should keep moving, stay on track. I need to take my own advice and leave my personal affairs until after we're done with the mission. Thank you. Pryor will take his satchel bag in both hands to stop his wrists and fingers from trembling, and trailblaze ahead of the group.
I mean, I think Maru won't say anything. He'll just follow.
As will Kai.
Yep.
Manager Mix.
Yes.
We have a lot of ground to cover and not a lot of daylight left. Well, a lot of daylight, but in terms of how much... We're going to need eyes in the sky for this one. I think it's time we contract your employee once more.
Mix nods, and they will pull out the tablet and call Yuna.
So I just realized you all only have one tablet.
I was gonna say, how would they contact you?
That is true.
Right,
however,
Yuna does have... Right, I keep forgetting we
does
only
have
have...
a tablet.
Right, okay, in that case, we need to go back to the RV.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, does Pascal have a texting app? But like,
Actually, wait, you know what? I did just realize something. You do all have Pascal. I imagine Yuna would have
I
handed
thought
Mix...
Pascal was with Yuna.
Yeah, Pascal's with Yuna.
Oh,
I
shoot.
imagine Yuna could have given Mix the tablet before Mix left.
Okay, so it stays the same. Mix will call Yuna.
And Yuna, Basically, I imagine there's a little like beep of the drone. It's probably not very good quality, but you can hear their voice through, and like, is something the matter, boss?
Yeah, and Mix will relay the situation.
Yuna, there's a moment of silence, and then you have a feeling probably it's just Yuna taking in that information before they say, "Do you just need me to scout around, see if I can find any sign of these Yurodiviye?"
Yeah, if you could.
Hold on. Let me give you a description of their... Actually, this folder he gave us has a lot on their movements. We can work together. We can feed you the information, and you can scan through for anything that matches that.
All right. Yuna, you can hear like rustling, probably Yuna just getting ready to look through things, and they say, that works for me. And I imagine this will probably be if you're having them try to scout, because I imagine the tablet and Pascal are connected. I would say that's probably a wits technology, maybe? I don't know if any of you have technology that could help Yuna out.
I do.
You do? Nice.
May I argue? No, I can't argue anything.
No, please, if you have anything to argue.
Tragically, I don't think Pryor does in this case.
I Mix can as well.
All right. Does Kai have any technology?
Oh wait, I feel like... No.
Perhaps you could not. May I make an argument on your behalf, Kai?
Sure, yeah.
Could perhaps Kai provide an assist die with Kai's investigation skill?
Ooh, you know what? Yeah, I'll allow for that.
Yeah.
I don't think Pryor has any investigation, right?
Pryor is not very perceptive of his surroundings. He has a nasty tendency of turning his back on things he doesn't like.
That he does. But yes, I'm going to... This is scaling difficulty, so... You know what? We'll willpower that.
Oh my god.
Oh shit, that's a 7 success crit?
No, more than that. That
wait.
is a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a 9 success crit.
9 success crit. So, Yuna, you can all... I imagine because they're hooked up together, you're all probably walking around a bit. I have a feeling you're all staying away from any non-crowded areas.
Yeah.
And as you're all searching, you start to head down this one alley. As Yuna's guiding you along and says, "Found one." They're dressed in those clothes that were described, the bandana, carrying one of those strange gear weapons. They're close by to all of you right now.
All right. Good. Send the coordinates. We'll move in. And Pryor will turn to the rest of the managers and say, let's try and take them alive rather than dead.
I always listens to what Pryor says, so... All right.
They might have information. They might be able to lead us. But also, something about all this still doesn't pass the smell check to me. Let's hedge our bets until we know more. Is that acceptable? And he'll turn to their two ranged combatants.
I can do my best.
Yep.
All right. Then let's take our final minutes to prep. Prior is going to now, ahead of time, try and use his stealing himself with his weapon instead of desperately at the last possible second.
Yes, absolutely. You may do so.
I'm going to be able to get a bonus dice from the fact that I'm doing this ahead of time.
Mhm.
Oh, god damn it. All right, well, Prior's evil weapon is not responding with him today. He just can't resonate with it right. The events earlier are making it harder. His attachment with Dave is making life for a daredevil particularly difficult to bring under his sway right now. And having sheathed it, though, he is going to attempt to pull out a gift from containment and say, what do we want? Do we want to be able to dodge, hit harder, something else, sneak better?
If we're trying to take them alive, I'm not sure that hitting harder is what we're going for. I don't know if Meru or Mix would have better ideas. But if they don't, I might suggest dodging.
I was gonna say the same thing, dodging. I mean, if we're potentially going up against multiple people, be good to
All right.
dodge.
Works for me. Who do I have to help us dodge? Who do I have to help us dodge? And he'll try and dig through his set book. And I am going to roll desperation because we need it.
Yes, go for it. Absolutely.
Oh,
Are you kidding me?
my goodness.
The dice just don't like Prior today.
No, they really don't. They're mad at him.
Wow! Prior enters despair.
Oh.
Prior cannot use desperation for the time being. Prior searches through the containment, and after a minute, he pulls out this metal rod, and he stares at it for a moment, and he slams it back into the box and shuts the containment unit. Does not say a word, puts it over his shoulder, and says nothing.
It's worrying. Okay, so I know Kai can make improvised gear. I just don't know what, if there's anything that would be at all useful, or at least that Kai could think of without direction.
I mean, Kai did know that Prior was looking for something to dodge, so Kai could try and make something to help himself dodge, if nothing else.
I suppose so. Yeah, I mean, might as well, right? What would there be a DC on? What would that,
It's DC 4 for the edge. So safety equipment, and then you can click. So for whatever reason, it calculates 4 dice for you. You should bump it up to 6 dice because it's Prior's help, and your specialty does apply.
Okay. All right. I'm low-key, I'm all the way down to, I only have 2 willpower left because I used a bunch of it earlier, but I mean, I feel like it's maybe worth it right now, if nothing else.
Would you like to roll willpower?
I suppose. I hope this doesn't bite me in the ass later. Okay, well.
Hey, all right. So you get a +2 dodge piece of equipment that you can hand out to anyone who you wish, including yourself.
Oh my god, wait. What's I forget what we roll for dodging again. Is it just
Athletics.
Athletics. Yep.
Yeah. I've got pretty decent athletics. Who is like garbage? Who's not great at dodging? If there's anyone who's not great at dodging.
We are all really competent at dodging, actually.
Oh, okay. Well,
I think, yeah. The person... Funnily enough, Kai is the worst at dodging among us.
fantastic. Okay, then Kai will just keep it for himself. I...
All right. Kai has his equipment made. Do the rest of you have any other prep you're going to do? The whole time, too, Yuna has been keeping you all updated as you're prepping on the target's location.
All right.
I don't think there's any prep Meru can do.
Actually, I'm really sorry. Could I change my mind super quick?
Yes, of course.
Could I give it to Pryor? Because I feel like he's been getting hit a lot and not rolling super well. And Kai's tankier.
Does Kai hand it over to Pryor then?
Yes.
Pryor accepts the... Because Kai doesn't use ego gifts. Kai just uses safety equipment, correct? Yeah, so... what? If you do you have any ideas for what this extra piece of safety equipment could be?
I just know he's only made a rope before, so it has to be something like practical, no?
It could be anything you so wish, so long as it's something Kai either could have acquired or made. Like, for example, a shield could give a bonus to athletics, so could to a pair of extra traction on your boots, or something more creative, like a jacket that, helps prevent obscure your frame, so it's easier for you to dodge.
Yeah, I think more. I think something that gives him more traction on his boots, just something that gives Pryor that extra edge in terms of moving.
Yeah. Pryor will absolutely attach them to the bottom of his shoes and give Kai a nod. And Pryor's clearly not at his best, but he is appreciative of it. All right. Move silently as we can. Try and catch them off guards. Remember, they're probably going to be dangerous. They stole a lot of on, so we can expect top-tier workshop equipment, hopefully on less than top-tier individuals.
There's a little beep from the tablet, and Yuna says, "They're on the move again."
Let's do it then.
Oh, and boss?
Yes.
Make sure you come back.
Mix just nods.
And you all can roll me in initiative.
Okie dokie Loki.
I'll add you all to the tracker.
Hmm. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
We had the two extremes. 9 and 10, and then 2 1s. It's fine.
So, you all see, let me just grab this real quick. They have not seen you yet, but you all spot on the street there is this syndicate member who seems to be keeping watch almost, looking around. They've got their bandana pulled up over their mouth, and they are completely unaware to all of you. Now, I will let you all know, you get basically one attack from... They won't move, you all get to go first. But the first attack made against them is made at DC 1. So if some of you want to hold your actions, it is up to you who you all think should take the first hit at them.
I think because Kai isn't in Berserker mode, Briar's actually the best to try and deliver. Well, actually... Honestly, do we want to just lock in and let Meru take a shot at this guy's leg? Can Magic Bullet even do that? Does it just automatically go for the heart?
I mean, not necessarily. It's the trajectory is predetermined, but that doesn't necessarily mean the chest.
You know what?
I've done a called shot before. I shot Prior in the eye.
You're right! In that case, Briar's going to spend his first turn. What would Prior like to do? You know what? Prior would like to make a stealth roll. Even though he's unseen by this guy, just if anyone else shows up, he might be able to maybe come out of the shadows at them.
Absolutely. Make me that stealth roll, and I'll
Prior's
say
not...
it's...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to let you know the difficulty is only DC 3.
Okay. High chance of failure, but even if I fail, Meru still gets his first shot, so no, nothing ventured, nothing gained. I've already spent so much willpower.
Oh my god.
You know what? Why not, right? Is it a game? If it is is it a session? If Prior isn't already willpowered impaired by the end of the first fight?
Prior doesn't corrode.
That's a good point.
Oh my god.
Prior sinks in behind cover into the shadows and waits for an opportunity to strike.
All right. And that brings us to Kai's turn. Kai, what would you like to do?
Well, I mean, we're having Meru attack first, so I guess... Wait, didn't you say we could hold our turn?
Yes,
Like our
if you
action?
want to prepare to attack, you can hold your turn. It doesn't also have to be just that person. You can just prepare a attack.
Okay. Yeah, then I'll just hold my turn and prepare to attack when there's a threat actively. Yeah.
All right. And next up, we have... they skipped their turn as they're unaware of all of you. Mix, what would you like to do?
Yeah, prepare an attack.
All right. And Meru,
Well,
do you want to make that cold shot to the leg you said?
yeah, so that's minus 2 dice.
-2 dice.
What is mine? I unfortunately can't use Justicia here. I don't think Meru would have it in him to think this person's necessarily guilty. He doesn't know what to think of them, so I can't say Justicia just for the sake of Justicia.
All right.
I don't need desperation, right? No.
You want a desperation?
Listen, I have one point of willpower until I'm impaired, and I already took one aggravated. But it's so tempting to just add the 4 dice. I say as I click desperation.
You do have a -2 penalty because of the cold shot.
Yeah, and this could give me... I'd have 13. Only 13 dice. What was the DC again?
It's DC 1 because they
Oh.
don't see you.
Well, listen.
So
what
are
could
you
go
sure
wrong?
you...
No, it's fine. I won't use desperation. Not yet. I'm sure we'll have plenty of opportunity for Meru to be desperate. It's fine. What could go wrong?
All right.
A hit
So
is
you're...
a hit. I will not willpower. A hit is a hit.
And you are doing 7 black aggravated damage to them, which I'll let you know now is more than enough as they have free health.
Oh! Okay. Oops.
Oh my
Meru,
god.
would you like to describe shooting this person in the leg?
Sure. Oh, I feel kind of bad. I was about to destroy this person.
Mary
Listen,
shoots their leg off and they die.
Listen, Meru takes things a little too seriously. But it's fine. He held back at the last second. And I mean, technically, Magic Willow's trajectory is predetermined, so he determines that it's going to hit them in the leg. And simply, there's really not much to it. He aims, the portal appears, and he fires and shoots them clean in the leg.
There is the sudden portal that appears, and then there is a sudden scream of pain as you all watch this person collapse to the ground. Basically clutching at their leg, the weapon dropping from their hand. And they reach to hit a device. And I'll say, do any of you want to make an int craft to see what this device is about to do?
I would certainly like to try.
Absolutely. And chat, I'll also let you all know there are a couple redeems that are about to go up.
What's my difficulty?
DC 3.
I'm guessing I can't take half.
No, you cannot.
Okay. Prior is the inventor, though. He gazes at the device in the moment it comes into his field of view.
You see that device as the Yurodiviye member goes to press it, and you have a feeling that this is a communication device of sorts. You've seen a lot of devices. You've used a lot of L Corp tech, specifically their system to, their speaker system throughout the corporation, ways to notify the clerks right away. It looks as if they're about to set off a signal that will alert the rest of them to this area.
Okay. He'll, from his position behind cover, he looks towards Kai, who hasn't acted yet, and just points right at the device and makes a crushing motion with his hand.
Easy command to follow. Can Kai just run up and swipe at this poor little machine?
Yes, make me that attack. I'd say you're making it at DC 4.
Okie dokie. Yeah, there's no... Alright, hope this... You're kidding. I'm on my last willpower. Or I mean, like, you know, it's all superficial, but...
Would you like
What
to
would I-
willpower?
I would corrode, no?
Or
not
it's
until
you- no.
aggravated.
Oh, okay, cool, yeah, no, I'll do it then.
Yeah. You just take a -2 penalty to all your mental and social rolls while your willpower impaired.
Fantastic. I'm already doing that in real life right now. Fantastic. Great. Can I crush it?
The device is crushed.
Great.
Oh, and it looks like we feel the light wash over us.
Oh, yay!
You all heal a point of willpower damage.
Oh,
Thank you, bestie.
And I see the helping hand. The helpful fixer will appear when the next combat happens. As you all have successfully negated this Yurodiviye member.
I feel kind of bad it was so weak. We just shot him in the leg and crushed a bomb.
Yeah, this guy is not doing well. This guy's basically not doing well at all. Is on the ground in so much pain.
Listen, Mirror did what he was told to do.
yeah. Pryor pulls out of the hiding spot, and he is going to walk up to the guy. He's not going to be too rough with him because he's in pain, but Pryor is going to basically bend down beside him and grab him by the bandana around his neck and say, "It's your lucky day. We're here for the bounty, not for your life. Where's the money?"
The man is on the verge of passing out, but looks up at you and kind of tries to raise not a fist at you, but like in the air and says, "The money's been scattered to help the people, or will be soon."
Oh, Jesus, he's gonna have to lose and all. Kai, can we get some treatment on this guy's leg?
I was just gonna ask if that was... Yes, absolutely.
Kai, can you
Medicine.
make me a in plus medicine check, DC 3?
Yeah. DC 3,
Take a-
okay.
You can take a bonus dice from Pryor.
Fantastic. Yeah, we just like shot this guy and then realized how incredibly weak he was, and I'm like, man, like... Maybe we could have just like talked to this dude. Okay.
You're able to patch him up.
Cool, yeah.
He's still probably gonna pass out soon because getting shot is painful, but
Yeah, but he at the very least, you're able to like keep him conscious for a bit longer.
Mm-hmm.
And
Pryor does drag him over to, with Kai's help, drag him over to the wall and prop him up, and he's going to lean down and say, "Okay, follow-up question. We don't want to have to beat up more.
we'll
How
keep
many of
beating
you are-
up.
Okay, yeah, I should have seen that coming." Pryor puts two fingers to his nose, and suddenly there's this weird change you see come over Pryor. His shoulders drop, his like bags deepen, and it's almost the face you see him wear when he's dealing with clerks. Like he's recognized this man is so much weaker than him that he's just suddenly filed him under clerk in his mind. He's going to say, "Look, we're not trying to pick more of a fight than we have to. If you just tell us where you're keeping everything, we can be in and we can be out and no one else has to get hurt."
I I refuse. I won't give in, even if you kill me. I'm not afraid. We stand for something bigger. The Yurodiviye will continue to fight.
He sounds like magical girl to you all, right? Like, that's not just in my head. Like, Prior's trying to, like, break the ice, but at the same time, you see him being very confused, because he's not heard anyone in the back street speak like this ever.
I feel like this whole time he's kept magic bullet pointed at this person.
Oh my god.
Because he doesn't know what's gonna happen. This could all be a ruse. He doesn't know. But I think when he hears them speak, he kind of the gun lowers a little bit and he tilts his head because people don't usually talk like this. And he kind of just doesn't really know what to do. Like, should he keep the gun pointed? Should he put it down?
Okay, listen. Who's the boss of your syndicate?
I'll never tell.
Yeah, alright, I could have expected that answer. Okay, listen. Let's just say we wanted to have a peaceful meeting with someone. Who could we talk to? You have to work with me. You could be a hero here. You could be the guy who stopped a fight where anyone else has to get hurt. Doesn't that sound pleasant to you? You could be the hero who stopped any members of the Yurodiviye from having to get into a fight they didn't need to get into. Can I try and persuade this man?
You may. You can make me a persuasion leadership roll.
Charisma leadership?
Oh, charisma leadership. Yes, my bad.
Oh, I will absolutely take that. What's my difficulty?
It would be a DC 5.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because I'm trying to, I'm playing off this man's desire to, be something more. Could I add my inspiration specialty?
You may.
I'll fucking take that. Spending a point of willpower. Come on, this is Prior specialty.
Come on, please.
That's
Okay.
7 critical.
Let's go.
This leadership is what Prior... There's a moment he looks down at this man, and his demeanor softens and yet hardens at the same time. And it's this look that you've seen deep in his eyes, and he goes, "Listen, I can see that you have actual ambition. You want... Hell, you stared down us, and you didn't flinch once. I can admire that. That kind of dedication takes people somewhere. You have fire, kid, and that fire has changed my approach. Instead of violence, maybe we can talk this out. Maybe this could be an equitable arrangement for everyone. I don't know what I'm walking into, you clearly know. So why don't you help me avoid a fight? Why don't you tell me who I can talk to? And maybe, just maybe, you can walk out of this having defeated the four of us in all manners that really matter, because you would have stopped us from starting a fight."
At first, he looks unsure, but the more you talk and the way you talk to him, he starts to seem slowly reluctant and then even a bit encouraged. And he says, Okay, if you're sure, if you're being honest about that, I don't listen. We don't like hurting folks either. We're here to protect folks. We only hurt the ones who are hurting the others.
Sounds good to me. I don't know anything about your syndicate. Why don't you tell us a bit about what you guys are actually about? As far as I was aware, you were a criminal gang who robbed casinos. Sounds like that's not correct.
Well, I mean, we rob from those who have the money, and we give it to those who don't. So we kind of rob from the casinos, but...
Is Robin Hood a thing in this? Like, is that like a legit, like, would that be a story that we all knew?
imagine there are stories, especially told in the back streets, about heroes who would rob from the nests and give to those in the back streets. I imagine those are tales around.
Yeah.
The legendary fixer, the Green Hood, of course. Yes, we've all heard of him.
Yeah, the Green Hood, exactly.
I will say, I think at that, Meru, he fully lowers his gun and puts it in its little, whatever it's called. Holster, yes, on his back.
Oh, wait, hold on. You're not making this up. You're telling me you actually... I mean, it tracks with the fact you don't have any equipment that... Wait. Why? What? Why?
He kind of blinks confused and says, "Do we need a why? We're trying to make this world better. We're gonna tear down this old world and we're gonna build something new in its place." And he starts to like falter, almost kind of falling against you.
Whoa. Hey, easy. You're getting yourself a little too... Why don't you just lean back and... Prior checks to see... Checks him.
Checks to see...
if he's, like, still awake?
He looks like he's starting to lose consciousness.
Alright. Easy. Let's lay you down gently. Alright, calm down. Thank you. We're gonna sort this out, alright, kid? Just take a rest. Take a breather. You did good. You said the right things.
He kind of looks really woozy and is sort of looking up at you and says, Right, the captain. Well, if you're on our side, then I can probably give you this. And he hands this gadget over to you.
Prior will gently take it from his hand, hoping it doesn't explode. Ooh. Prior will look it over, and he's kind of amazed by it. He goes, Prior just takes half and inspects it, and he figures out how to use it, I imagine.
Prior, you absolutely can with your int and craft. You're more than able to use this. It's shoddily made, but it's very, like...
ingenuitive.
How do I put this? It's clearly not a professional doing this stuff. It's more of a creative, someone working with what they can, who's taught themselves.
Prior stands up and says, "Take a rest, kid. We'll make sure that someone's coming to pick you up."
Right, the captain should be here soon.
Oh. Prior looks at the about to pass out member of the Yurodiviye in front of them and then goes, "Oh." He looks back at the group and goes, "This might get awkward."
And can you all roll me? Actually, can I have new people? I can have new people enter into initiative, so you all don't need to roll me initiative.
Wahoo.
As you all see, and we have a certain helping hand who's going to be showing up too at the end of the turn. From both sides of the alleyway, jumping down from the top, you all see more men dressed like this one who come flooding in. With their weapons raised, all swinging.
Oh my
I'm
god.
just gonna turn invisible the unconscious one. And that said, Mix, you had an attack that did not go off yet. As soon as they all start running in, that attack goes off. Who would you like to fire at?
That's a good question. I need more. Catch a tiger by his toe. If you can, let him go. 1, 5, 5, 5, 5, 8. Yeah, gotcha. Okay.
That is actually how Mix decides in game as well.
Yeah.
Exactly. Mix will shoot at. I will say when Mix is doing this, they look very conflicted. More so than usual. It's kind of. For a moment, it seems like they wouldn't want to hurt these people. But they have no choice.
And
Mix. Uh-huh.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Mix, as you're looking around, there are clusters of butterflies in the area, but they haven't alighted down on any singular person yet. They're sort of hovering, waiting.
Wow. Mix is gonna do something a little. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Got an idea.
Oh? What is your idea?
I'm wondering if this could either go really well or really poorly, gang. But you know what? We're all about things going poorly here at the manager company. So Mix is gonna touch the left side of their cheek. And I think if it is allowed, they could try and challenge someone to a duel.
Ooh, absolutely.
Any of these people are free game, so
pull into a duel.
Okay. What about this gentleman with the top hat?
The captain?
Are you sure you want to duel the captain?
Yeah.
I will let you know, you see the one with the top hat does look to be stronger than the rest of them.
Question.
Yes.
Actually, no. Actually, there's a really good question. This is actually going to decide, not just the duel, but just in general. How hostile do they all look like immediately? Like, hey, we're gonna beat you up, or are they like kind of confused, or are they like unsure? Like, what's going on? What's morale like for these people?
I will let you know. I won't make you make a check. Yuna. They all look incredibly hostile because they have walked into all of you with one of their members unconscious, bleeding out at the leg. You have a feeling.
We did patch them up a little bit.
Yeah,
admittedly.
they are bandaged up.
It does look like we shot them and then interrogated them, though.
Well,
Yes.
it's better than killing them, maybe?
That's true. I'm just trying to see if any of them can be reasoned with at all.
I will say, oh, you know what? You have a feeling if any of them are going to be able to be reasoned with, the captain would be the hardest to reason with, but would probably be able to get the rest of them to listen. You could probably convince the other ones to try to... If you grab one of the other ones, you could convince them out of the combat. So you could either permanently get one to stop in the combat, or you could try to convince with the captain, which would be a lot harder to get all of them out.
My idea currently is to perhaps duel someone and then, basically be like, hey, let's have a verbal duel. If that is acceptable. The captain would be the hardest. That is true. I don't know if I want to risk that. But if I can convince one of the goons to stop, maybe that'll help.
Absolutely.
So it's really just risk versus reward. And I think, Mr. DM, I feel like one of these is gonna be realistic and the other one's not. So, I think in that case, I am going to challenge. We'll challenge this gentleman up here.
All right, wait. Can you ping him again real quick?
Yeah, we're challenging this gentleman right here.
Wait, Meru?
I'm kidding. We're
I was gonna say, oh,
like on the ledge. Meru was actually a Yurodiviye fucking operative the entire time.
You got me.
All right, which
cover.
one of the Yurodiviye would you like to pull in?
Yeah, for the Yurodiviye. Well, this one, the one on the ledge right here.
One on the ledge? All
Yeah,
right. Mix.
yeah.
Would you like to describe what happens when you activate your Snow Queen gift?
So Mix, once again, they bring up two fingers to the side of their cheek. Their left hand touches their left cheek once, briefly, and then their hands spread, and they clap them together and then clasp them, and they don't say anything. The others are used to this by now. They don't really need to say anything. I don't know if Mix has ever explained the mechanics of the duel, actually. They probably should at some point. But yeah, as they do, Mix and the Yurodiviye on the ledge, both their bodies turn into ice and suddenly shatter and disappear as the two of them, for their POV, they are kind of like suddenly like, it's like a whiteout. You know how like if you go out long enough in the snow, you sort of like can only see white. It's like that for a moment, like a flashbang essentially, and then suddenly their eyes adjust and they are in this freezing tundra, and just everywhere is just random juts of ice spikes, as this sort of cold and desolate arena surrounds the both of them. There you can't really even see a sky. You can't really see much in the distance except just more ice and snow, as the two of them are now locked here in this freezing arena.
And Mix, what would you like to do? This Yurodiviye looks very panicked, by the way. They're like looking around, looking incredibly confused.
Yeah. Mix looks at the Yurodiviye and excuse me. They say, "It's not what you think. We're not your enemies."
What do you mean it's not what we think?
I'm not here. We're not here to fight you. I can't necessarily speak for the others, but you're not bad people. At least, not all of you. Right? You're the people that told us to deal with this, gave us bad information. We're not your enemies. We really aren't.
Make me a charisma persuasion check.
Sure thing. What is the difficulty?
The DC is DC 4.
Gotcha. Man. I really need to like start lying to people. Cause I'm good at lying. It's harder to be charismatic. It's not really. Can't use desperation here, can I?
Nope, because it's not an inquisitive roll.
Man, all right. Inquisitive, my detested. No, I'm kidding. I love it. What if I hack this guy's mind? No, I'm kidding. All right. So let's see. Is there anything else I got? All right. I think for now, I think this is basically what I got to do. All right. I will just roll and hope this guy listens.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, he's freaked out. I've just brought him here. Honestly, like, I figured what he would have been like, where am I? So he's like, yeah, it makes sense.
Yep, unfortunately, it looks like he's too freaked out and too discombobulated to be listening as he swings his weapon at you. And can you make me a DC 4 Dex Athletics to dodge?
Sure thing. I will say, notably, Mix has not drawn Solemn Lament.
Mix has not, and that is not stopping the Yurodiviye.
No. They haven't, just like in terms of they are not going to shoot this guy.
That is good to know.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Whoa. Listen,
Oh my God.
crits, you're good.
Yeah, you're gonna roll
Exactly.
like incredibly well in just a minute.
Oh my god!
The
Hey.
dice are a
Hated
paid
you
actor
all
and
this
not for us.
session.
Mercury really is in retrograde.
The good news
All right.
is
Hell.
We
Good
spin
news
this
is
in a
they-
different way.
there
Alright.
was a resolve. There was a resolve earlier, so you know you're gonna take half red damage if it's red damage.
Yes,
Here's-
and it is. You're going to be taking 6 superficial red damage, and you get Tremor 2 on you.
You know what? We're gonna spin this in a different way if you'll allow me, Mr. GM.
Please.
Mix doesn't even try to dodge.
You know what? That works. Mix doesn't dodge, doesn't try to dodge. And let me see if your ego reduces any of that. I think that you endure red damage.
I endure all damage.
Yes. So you do half it. You only take 3 superficial red damage, which is half again, thanks to resolve.
Round it
So
up
you're
or down?
only taking 1 damage.
Okay. Yeah, Mix literally. It's okay. We can bring it back. Statistically, this shouldn't happen, but it's fine. If it happened to happen to anyone, it's Mix. Mix. Just like this guy. Yeah, he has like the big old. Essentially, like what it's essentially a club, right? And this guy like comes in and like swings it and bashes it against Mix's left arm, and Mix just like hands like raised, just like takes the hit and just is like thrown across the snow, just rolling, and just like slams into the side of one of the ice spikes and I'm not lying.
They look kind of surprised that like you didn't seem to dodge, but they're not sure as they clutch their weapon tighter and go, "We'll see about that." And we'll go back to the rest of you in initiative. I think I just need to pop this out again real quick. There we go. As you're all fighting too, a certain fixer. Here's what's going on. And I'm just gonna have Coco enter the initiative. So this fixer runs in, and you all see her. And she basically sees that there's a fight happening, turns to the 3 of you, since Mix isn't here, and says, "I'm here to help how I can."
Pryor sees a fixer, and honestly, at this point, he's kind of gotten used to them just showing up, and looking over with a nod, he's just going to say, "No one needs to die. This, he doesn't know how to say misunderstanding as he kind of like dodges a sweep and steps back and goes, try and take him alive."
Understood. And you kind of hear her whisper, "I'm not usually good at doing that," but she nods. And her stats are 9 physical, 3 social, and 2 mental.
We found them,
like
the
killing
anti-Yuna.
And Prior, it's your turn.
Okay. Prior is currently the best dodger among them, so he is going to break off and try and engage the captain.
All right.
He brandishes life for a daredevil with his offhand, and as the gear-laden sort of club they have bounces off of it, he darts to the side, swings around Kai and Meru, takes 2 steps up onto the stairwell, and locks blades with the cane of the captain. And as he goes, "I know we probably can't talk this out, but don't worry, we're not here for your head. And I guess you'll see that when we're done."
You hurt one of us, you hurt all of us.
Alright then. No choice but to finish what we started. Can't change the river. And Prior will brandish his blade non-lethally as always.
All right, would you like to make that attack roll?
I would.
It's gonna be a DC 5.
Okay. Prior brings his blade up, and as he brings it down, it clashes against the cane, and they both Prior attempts a few testing strikes, but the captain has an exceptional guard.
Yeah.
And that's Prior's turn.
And we go to Kai. Kai, what would you like to do?
I think Kai is a little bit conflicted only because, like, he could easily decimate these guys, but, like, also, one, there's the whole taking them in alive, but 2, even though he doesn't necessarily, like, feel for these dudes, these don't strike him as, like, the same kind of enemies that they typically take on. The picture that was painted of them is not the same picture that seems much more apparent in front of them. I really doubt that Kai could... I guess... I don't know.
Does Kai want to try talking to one of them?
I suppose? I just don't know that he'd be talking them, like... I think it'd be more curiosity, like what is the why are we having this? Why were we fed the information that we were fed? I guess. Like, who did you piss off?
Do you want to try to ask them that?
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
When you say that, the one in front of you simply just says, "I don't know who fed you information about us, but no, regardless, we'll keep doing what we do."
Kai just kind of sighs loudly, and he's like, "Okay, well, I don't know what to do about that. I guess if Prior's engaging one of them in combat, Kai..."
Do you want Prior to make it easy?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, as Prior's locked blade, he hears Kai talking, And as he plants his fist and turns, he goes, "Just swat them with the back of the claw. We need to get rid of the ads."
All right, and Kai will just try to knock one of them out. Not kill this dude. It'd be so easy. He won't. He's just gonna bap him on the head.
All right, it'll be a DC 5.
Alrighty. Like this. Okay. Oh, come on. I'm gonna reroll that. Dice have not been on our side today. Oh my god! Dice have really not been on our side today. Kai
heart isn't on it.
Oh my god. Sorry, I took all the luck earlier.
Kai, like, so underestimates these dudes' strength based on the first one being absolutely obliterated that he's like, okay, so it'll be, like, so easy to knock this dude out. He walks up and almost, like, pets him.
The dude looks offended at that and says, "Don't underestimate the Yurodiviye."
Sorry? Kai doesn't know what to do.
It is this one's turn, who hopped out from behind the stall and tried to jump on Meru, basically.
Okay.
Can you make me a DC 4 Dex Athletics to dodge?
Yeah, I can. Is it DC 4?
Yep, DC 4.
Alright. We're good at this. We're good. No, it's okay. I can make myself impaired.
No, don't willpower this. It's funny if we all suck.
But I'm scared.
No,
I'm
okay, you can do
scared.
whatever. You're good.
I'm willpower rerolling. Listen, it would be even funnier if I willpower rerolled and
True.
and nothing happened. Watch
Please?
this.
Oh my god!
Meru. This Yurodiviye comes down, and you should be able to dodge. You've dodged worse.
Yeah.
But you just feel it connect with your head, and you can feel almost a voice laughing at you. A familiar abnormality.
Okay, kick a guy when he's down. Okay.
And you're going to be taking, which remember, you have the shield for this that one of our lovely chat redeemed. You will be taking 2 superficial red, plus 1 free superficial red damage, which I believe magic
Would be-
bullet.
Yes, because it's superficial, unless it's unhalved superficial, it'd be halved to 1 or 2, and then regardless, the shield would half it to 1. So no matter what, Meru takes 1 superficial red.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay. That's not bad. That's not bad.
And
Or just goes,
I do
"Ow."
believe you mentioned that something else happens.
Yes, and Meru, you gain 2 tremor.
What does that do?
Oh, don't worry about it.
Okay. Yay.
And next up, we have the captain.
Briar's locking blades with the captain, his nose glinting from the edge of nothing, like for a daredevil, as the two test each other for flaws in their defenses.
And the captain is... going to swing at you with his cane.
Briar's gonna try and dodge. And I do have Kai's equipment for this.
You do.
Are you kidding?
Really?
What?
Are you actually kidding?
I think that their power is that they just make all of us roll horribly. It doesn't matter that they're not strong. We all just suck that bad around them.
Okay, holy, that'd be... I'm gonna have to spend a point of willpower. I'm going into willpower impairment because I just need to take fewer superficial damage. Well...
Oh my god!
That's 6 superficial red, halved to 3. And I gained 3 tremor.
Remember, half to free, is that with gaze plus the red shield that is up?
You're right, then that goes down to 2.
Yep, so you're only taking 2 superficial red damage, and you're taking 3 tremor.
Cool. Pryor is locking blades, and it's clear Pryor's heart isn't in this. There's a... Like, as much as he's trying to hold it together and rally everyone to fight, there's this pit in his stomach. And Dave asking him if he's changed is echoing the back of his head, and his focus slips for a moment, and the cane just absolutely clocks him right in the gut, and he lets out this of air as he stumbles back.
And as you stumble back, you all do feel a sudden light wash over you, as you can all heal a point of health. All of you, including Mix.
Thanks, Pryor. We'll really
Wahoo.
I know Mix is over in the Snow Queen domain, so that's why I was specifying that Mix also does heal.
Wahoo.
I just realized there are 2 Yurodiviye by accident, so you should not be. There we go. And we are back to Mix.
What's your name? I'm Mix.
I'm Nikolai. And then he stops and he says, wait, I shouldn't give out my name to the enemy.
Nikolai. Look, I'm not your enemy. I swear. Okay, I'm not gonna fight you.
You started this fight when you fought one of ours.
We did. I'm sorry. We didn't realize what was going on, but we're not here to fight you anymore. Please. Please, Nikolai. Yeah?
Make me a charisma persuasion at DC free this time.
Wahoo. Oh gosh. Look, we will power that.
Oh my god. Oh my god!
Oh my gosh!
What is
This
wrong with
rocks.
us?
This is amazing!
This is the
Mix.
worst fight we've had ever.
I imagine Mix is gonna get hit again.
The Yurodiviye
Yeah.
are the good guys. This is...
Alright.
I don't believe you. And he swings again, but instead of a DC 4, it's a DC 3 this time.
Okay. Mix at this point. I think it's a thing where they actually like step into him, so he can't even get a full swing. As they like just at this point pressed up against each other. It says, they say, "Just believe me. I'm not your enemy. You want to make a bet? We're in J Corp, right? Nikolai, we're gonna be friends before this is over."
I can't be friends with you, but he sounds unsure about that. And in the back alley, it's Coco's turn, who has been watching you all get the shit kicked out of you all and miss every attack each of you has made.
Oko's the main character, trust.
Coco, please don't fight the communists.
Coco kind of looks around and pulls out her weapon, the gun that she has on her, and she says, "You said not lethally, right?"
Prior, coughing, goes, "If you can manage it, I think this is a misunderstanding."
She looks kind of confused at Prior.
Prior is
And
like
says-
still doubled over a little bit after getting nailed in the gut with a cane.
Well,
Just hit, knock the wind out of them.
got it. And she goes to, I'll say she'll hit the one at the far back. And let's roll for Coco.
Yeah, that would have been even funnier if she did a social roll.
She got a crit.
Oh my god.
Someone is.
Coco takes this one at the back here. You all watch as she doesn't quite take them out all the way, but this one back here drops to their knee. And it looks like they won't be moving too much anymore.
Can't you just like pistol whip them or something and that's why they're on the ground now?
Yeah, she basically just shot them to knock that one in the back out. They're still alive though, and they'll be fine. And she says, I hope that was acceptable.
Prior finally catches his breath and goes, "Excellent work, rally. Let's try this again."
And the two Yurodiviye, this one can't really move back here, but this one goes to attack Kai. And Kai, can you give me a DC 5 Dex Athletics?
Yep. Alright. Great. Excellent.
Would you like to willpower?
It'll be my first aggravated.
Oh, maybe not.
I think I'm
Okay.
good. I think I'll just suck. It's fine.
All right, they swing the cane towards you. Kai, you're the only one who hasn't used your shield yet, back from when Scarlet redeemed Resolve.
That's true. Okay, great.
I think all of you have, so you're only taking, that's going to be 5 superficial red. I believe your...
Half to 3, half to 2.
Yep.
Meow.
And you
Okie
gain
dokie.
2 tremor.
Okay. Whatever that means.
Don't worry about it. And this other member here is going to try to limp forward towards you, Kai, and you can give me a DC 3 Dex Athletics check.
If I fail this, it's just Kai letting this guy hit him because he kind of pities.
You have 1 less dice to dodge, because you have already been hit.
Okay. Incredible. Awesome. He just lets him hit him. He's like, yeah, man, alright. I don't... Okay.
That's another
Ah.
2 superficial red.
Good.
Actually, Kai, when
Oh,
you get
oh no.
hit this time, something happens.
Uh-oh.
You feel this burst inside of you, and you take 2 aggravated black damage.
Oh, great.
Oh,
The
God.
tremor is cleared, but you take a point of aggravated willpower and a point of aggravated health.
Okay. Sick.
And you fall prone.
Amazing.
Let me show you what that does.
Yeah.
You must spend all your movement getting back up, and you lose 2 dice to dodge while prone.
great. Am I prone for just, like, the next turn, or is it just for, like, what's the...
I believe on your next turn you can get back up.
Yes,
Okay,
on
so
your
it's
next
just
turn you
after,
can get
okay.
back up.
Got it.
And Meru, it's your turn.
Yes.
Do not kill these guys.
So, I would say that, after he shakes off that first pursuer, honestly, Meru, he can't help but feel kind of odd about this. Cause, like, after hearing what that guy said about the group's actual plans, I mean, there's, like, this weird feeling in his chest that starts to well up. Like, the whole steal from those with too much money, give to those who are in need. I mean, if Meru had a group like that helping him out in the back streets, like, maybe things would have been different for him, you know? Like, maybe he never would have even ended up the way he is now. And he can't kind of shake that thought. And I think after a brief moment, Meru, he'll lift up Justicia from covering his eyes, and he genuinely feels like he does not want to fight. Like, not because anyone's swaying him one way or another. Like, he knows they need money. He knows they do. But, like, internally, he doesn't want to be in this fight. Cause, like, I mean, it's been a long time since he's felt that way. Even, like, way before L Corp, but, like, he just can't help but think, like, do they really have to do this? He doesn't want to shoot.
But you feel this presence. You don't want to shoot. But you can hear him speaking to you. Take that gun and fire.
Right. Yes. That is very true. In that moment of, I don't know if you call it weakness, unfortunately, at the end of the day, Meru is suffering from his own bout of corrosion. The voice in his head is very tempting. And he's already so close to being mentally impaired that even though he doesn't want to, the thought in his head kind of starts to fade away as he kind of just stops thinking in general. And he lifts his gun back up. And who would it point to? I mean, he's so close to these two. It's difficult to say that he could shoot at them. I mean, can he... Okay, if he... How do I do this? If he moves, like, right here, it's enough of an angle to get this person all the way back here, right?
You would be
Actually,
able
wait,
to get...
this person's already been taking damage, right?
Yes, that one is on the verge of dying, I will say.
Well,
Not
okay.
dying, but
Oh
like
my
on the
God.
verge
No.
of passing out.
Okay, well, if he moved up here, could he get to this person?
I mean,
yes.
they are on the verge of dying if Meru simply decides that is what they are.
That is very true. You'll
Please
have to
don't
cold
kill
shot
them.
magic bullet to not kill them.
Fine.
Meru,
I mean,
my little
I'll-
communist.
Listen, I'll shoot this person right here. The one closest to Kai. Let's see. What's the DC?
It is DC 5 to shoot them. Or sorry, DC 4.
Oh my god, I almost accidentally wrote 56.
DC 56 actually.
DC 56, that is Marx's influence. Don't worry about it.
Oh my god. Alright.
It's not strong.
No, I have
Fantastic.
to willpower. I have to willpower.
No, don't! This is the funniest part!
Sorry, this is their sorry, I have to listen to their freshits.
Oh, please fail. Please fail this. It would be so funny.
Ah, so
Oh
close.
my gosh.
This is crazy.
This is amazing.
Thank
This
God.
is the best thing
Crazy.
ever.
This is crazy. You know,
Go back.
I think Meru goes to fire, but like at the last second, like I think maybe he locks eyes with the Yurodiviye member, and I mean the bullet trajectory is predetermined. But who's the one who's determining it, you know? I think he goes to shoot and ends up shooting more towards the ground as a warning shot to not get close. If I'm allowed to say that.
Absolutely. And when you do, you hear that voice again that whispers and just says, "You've lost that drive again."
Hmm.
And Prior, it's your turn.
My goat.
Please.
Prior
Please roll
sees.
so badly.
Prior turns his cheek so that nothing there's eyes can scan the battlefield. And he, as the leader, as the elected head, realizes, as he hears Downer Dave in the back of his head, there are two choices before him. He can lead them to a crushing, overwhelming victory by showing absolute brutality and shocking everyone into action. Or he can listen to what's happening around him and swallow his pride. Prior steps away from the captain and with a single fluid motion sheathes his blade and says, "Managers, stand down! We're surrendering! Our hearts are not in this fight. There is nothing to be gained." Prior would like to roll leadership to have his voice heard above the chaos and attempt to cause a ceasefire.
Absolutely. You can give me a DC 5 charisma leadership.
Oh my.
Prior is spent going into a point of aggravated willpower damage because this is what matters.
Okay.
Okay, we're so back.
Prior finally swallows his will, and he feels schadenfreude, the sense that he is embarrassing himself, that he is being perceived as weak, creep up as the gear begins to stick to his skin and crawl over it. He still clenches his hands, and despite himself, despite every instinct inside of him, knowing he can crush these people like ants, he pushes it deep down and raises his hands to the captain. "We've made a mistake. You can see it in our eyes, can't you? We don't want to fight you. We don't want to continue this battle."
The captain looked about to raise that cane again, but then stops. He sees in your eyes that you mean that, Prior. That you don't want to fight them. He's noticed, I imagine, as he looks around the battlefield, the fact that your men are a lot more battered than his. And he calls out to them and says, willpower that. Yurodiviye, drop your weapons. Let's hear them out. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding of sorts. He sounds unsure when he says that, but he does put his weapon down and steps down. Although he looks around and he goes, one of my men is missing.
They'll be back soon. An invention of our own took them out of the fight. They'll be returning with our fourth member very shortly. And Prior hopes beyond hope that Mix... No. There are many things that he has had his doubts with Mix on. Many disagreements, many realizations that their experience does not match his own. But if there's one thing Prior has always been able to know about Mix, is that Mix is not a bad person deep down. And if even he couldn't bring himself to go on all out, he very much doubts that Mix would do anything worse than what they did.
So Mix draws solemn lament and is gonna kill this guy.
No.
Do we? Okay.
Yes. Combat here is resolved. But I'm just gonna keep this tracker up for now. Mix. The weapon is shaking in, and you know what? This Yurodiviye has a name now. Is shaking in Nikolai's hand. What do you say to him?
Well... Yeah... As a player, like, I know that this stuff is over. Mix doesn't, so...
Mix has been being nice.
The views of Mix do not reflect the views of the player. So Mix...
They just said you wanted to be friends.
Yeah, no, they do. They do. I'm just trying to think of what they would say. Yeah, they just they say just we don't have to fight anymore. It's fine. We can just talk to the others, find some sort of solution.
You haven't been attacking me. Why?
Are you stupid? I've been telling you.
I'm not stupid. You're stupid.
I'm not stupid. You're stupid. No, I literally told you we're not your enemy. Go ahead. Come on. Go ahead.
He stops himself from swinging the weapon. Is still holding on to it, but touches it to the ground. And says, Fine, where is this place even? Well, why'd you bring me here then if you're not gonna kill me?
I wanted to make you see reason. Okay, Nico? Like, I'm not trying to kill you. Alright? We can be friends.
Nix, make me one last charisma persuasion roll at DC 2 this time.
Wahoo! Finally.
He sighs and says, Fine. Fine. Comrade.
No, friends.
Friend?
Nico, you're my friend.
Okay.
Okay, friends, not comrades, all right? I'm not part of the Yurodiviye. I am just your friend. All right, you don't call your coworkers your friends all the time, but your friend, if I'm just your friend, then it doesn't matter what we are.
I guess. He
Okay.
kind of blinks and he looks surprised and confused.
Okay. All right. So, which means you lost the bet, so say you lost.
What?
Say you lost.
No, say you lost.
No, you say you lost.
What? Wait, what do I have to say? I lost. Why can't
Because
you say
you're
you
my
lost?
friend. Because you're my friend. You have to say you lost.
Fine, I lost.
And the duel dispels. Hey, dude, get out of my personal space, man.
Yeah, like when you phase back in, you almost trip over another one of the Yurodiviye who is standing there and looks incredibly confused and surprised at your sudden presence.
Yeah, dude, get back off. Come on, still 2 steps away.
There's not a lot of space in this alleyway.
I don't care, man. Just back off.
Pryor is standing beside the captain with his fingers on the bridge of his nose and then turns to him and looks and says,
What happened to all the fighting? I thought you guys were...
We've surrendered, Manager Mix. No one's heart was in this fight.
We is a strong word. Me and Nico came to an understanding.
I surrendered. I, Pryor, surrendered the fight.
The captain hopefully speaks up and says, "It is true. He did surrender to the might of the Yurodiviye and our strong bonds."
Yeah, exactly. We got him, right, Nico?
Nico kind of looks confused and says, "So, Captain, are we... So we're not fighting? I was worried I was going to have to convince you all to not fight." And you all kind of hear a groan as the one who was unconscious before sort of stirs.
Congratulations, Lookout. Your words were correct. You prevented a fight. And Pryor looks like he's grabbing onto the sleeves of Gaze hard enough, like he's going to rip his ego apart with his bare hands. Fixer, and he looks over at Coco and says,
Coco looks very confused at this point. She has her gun out and she's ready to keep shooting people.
he puts his hand out and says, "That won't be necessary. If anything, we were at fault. As a fixer, the fighting's over."
Wait.
And he'll turn to the captain and say, "Captain, my name is Pryor. I represent a corporation. And we were told that you all had robbed a series of casinos for a massive sum of on, of which you were hoarding for your own personal use, and we were contracted to come and retrieve it. We were told you had considerable wealth, and that, well, you were a syndicate, and it sounds like only some of that was true."
We did indeed steal that money. It's true. But we did so to give back to those on the streets. They label us a syndicate. But we are more than that. We are a family.
Oh, that word sends a sharp spike of guilt down Pryor's spinal cord.
You guys didn't fight. Like shoot each like. Did I miss? You guys didn't shoot. You. Okay. Right. Anyway. Well, Nico and I, Mixa said, looking over at Nico, I have come to an understanding, so I'm glad that you guys did too. Like Pryor said, we'd like to talk peacefully, maybe? Please?
The rest of them all kind of look at Nyx confused, and then at Nico, and they're like, well, the captain said to stand down, and these three surrendered, so... And the captain turns back to Pryor, looks to Mix, and then says, I believe it may have been a misunderstanding.
And I'll say...
He holds out his hand, not holding the cane, to Pryor and says, I'm Lev, captain of the Yurodiviye in this section of the back streets of J Corp.
Pryor, currently elected team leader of our corporation's outreach division. And he'll take his hand firmly. These are my fellow equals, Meru, Mix, and Kai.
That's Nico.
Pryor looks over at Mix with a genuine amount of confusion and almost respect for how Mix is able to just randomly meet people and seemingly befriend them instantly.
Friends now.
Well, I'm glad you've become acquainted with Nico.
Friends, not acquaintances, friends.
Nico still looks very unsure about this friend title that's been bestowed upon him.
He did beat... He swung an arm at my arm, and I forgave him. And I think that's a very nice thing of me to do.
Pryor looks at the captain and says, listen. It sounded like... I guess it makes sense why the casino would send us after you. Do you know a man by the name of Nero?
His eyes darken at that, and he says, I've heard of that loan shark, yes.
Well, he hired us to come take you out, dead or alive, and retrieve the On.
I see. Well, it's gonna be tough to retrieve most of the On. Not that I would even help you if you wanted it. We've already distributed it, given it out to those on the back streets who are in need.
Pryor pauses and says, Pryor isn't insightful, but he does close his eyes slightly and say, huh. He kind of glances towards Mix, and it's like, in his eyes, it was very much like, hey, can you tell if he's lying?
Mix looks over at this man, and they are interested. Is this goofy goober lying to us?
Would you like to make me a wits insight check?
Man, I would love to. Except I suck at it. And I really gotta get better. I gotta lock in on these stats. But however, because I'm trying to find something out. I would like to use desperation.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Of course. What is the difficulty?
I would say the difficulty is a DC free.
Awesome. See? I just locked in.
mm-hmm.
Let's go. So Mix,
Yes.
you're able to tell the captain is lying, but
Mhm.
it doesn't seem to be, how to put this? It seems like the kind of lie you're telling because you've made a mistake and you're trying to hide it from you're a department head, Mix. You're a department head of L Corp. You know how people can tend to panic when things don't go as planned.
Yeah.
It seems that the captain is attempting to hide what's happened to the money, that it's not been distributed as he's claiming, because something bad has happened, and he's afraid of these people here panicking if they learn.
Yeah. Pryor clocked that the first guy said, "Oh, it's going to be distributed soon," and he said it has been distributed. And Pryor's sitting there like, something's not adding up here.
Mix at this point steps up forward next to what he said his name is Lev.
Yep.
Yeah, they walk over to Lev, and sort of, now they're having a regular conversation. Say, Lev, what's going on? There's a bit of a. I feel like you're not telling us
Perhaps
the
we
whole
should
truth.
step off to the side.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if there's a story there, it sounds like there's a story to be told. And if there's anything that we could help you with, look, we're not your enemies, all right? Pryor and the rest of my friends here, they proved that. And I proved that with Nico. You can trust us.
The Yurodiviye captain looks between the two of you and then looks at his men all around, two of which are in bad shape from the gunshots to their legs. And he looks back and forth, and then he goes, "Oh. No, I should be upfront and honest about things." And at this point, the rest of his men have kind of looked over, like they're curious what's happening, and he says, "Yurodiviye, I know we had that money, that we were going to distribute it. But that loan shark, Narrow, raided the rest of the encampments except ours, and is sitting on the 100 billion on."
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Pryor
the
looks
captain-
actually shocked.
Okay, this is starting to make sense.
Yeah, the captain turns to Pryor and goes, "It's correct. I made a poor lapse of judgment, as all your captain." And he kind of looks over out at his people and then back to Pryor, looking between Pryor, Mix, Mario, and Kai, and goes, "I made a lapse of judgment. We got a tip about casinos with security issues, and we raided those so that we could distribute the wealth there. But I messed up. It must have been him who tipped me off. I thought at the time it was too good a chance to be true, but if you always sit around and you never take action, then what good is doing things?"
Yeah, Pryor kicks his foot into the ground and tries to nod, biting his tongue to let out a very quick, "Well, that's why I wait and see, isn't it?" But instead, he just kind of kicks the ground aggressively for a second and looks back up with a strained smile. Well, how exactly did he manage to raid these other places? And I'm going to go out on a limb and say we're not the first group of bounty hunters to jump your organization, are we?
No, you're not. That's why we were so quick to attack. We figured you were coming after us like the others did.
I'm guessing they weren't keen on leaving survivors.
The captain sort of hangs his head at this a little, and you can see a guilt in his eyes that might be familiar to you, Prior.
Prior doesn't pry anymore. He simply moves on with a briskness in his address, an authority that hopefully helps pull the man out of it. Right, well. The only question is, why didn't he just use one bounty group? What did he... That doesn't make sense. If he was going to give us 30 billion, why some... You know what became of these other bounty groups?
I don't know. I mean, we had to run from most of them, but as far as we were aware, they didn't come after us again. It was always a different one. Never the same.
Prior taps his foot and goes, Nero tips off this group about security issues. Yeah, Prior begins to pace. Then, when they collect all the money, he knows exactly where they're bringing it. He hires a mercenary group with the promise of billions of ons to go and retrieve it. They get there, clear out the Yurodiviye, and when they're done, Prior draws like a thumb across his neck. Get rid of the bounty group. Bounty never gets claimed. The casinos don't get their money back, and Nero collects 100% of the stolen proceeds, laundered, and as far as anyone knows, it's his own money.
Dios mío. Mix writes this all down.
The captain has a grim look on his face. That cane is clenched tight in his hand. And he says, that would make sense.
All of you get wiped out by the bounty group. As far as the casinos are aware, you ran off with their money. He gets to hire a bunch of mercenaries to go do his dirty work and then dispose of them. But no, he'd have to hire strong folk to take out you all. What would be cheaper than what he promised us? After the fight, Prior is thinking through, and Mr. Game, you can tell me if Prior's making a leap of logic here.
Oh,
He
no,
sort of taps his
please.
foot and goes, after being weak, because he purposely sends a group that he thinks is just capable. Maybe the Yurodiviye win, maybe the mercenaries win, doesn't matter. He sends in a specialist or a team of specialists afterwards, and they do the cleanup, and he has to pay them much less. I should have known.
Hey, it's not your fault. Nobody could have expected it. Loan shark being evil.
The captain looks grim at this and says, I should have seen something like this too. And there is the sound of a familiar blade. And you all watch a sword slice Nico in half as a familiar red blade comes down.
Oh my god!
And perched there on the ledge is someone you all recognize as a member of the Shi. And this is where we're going to call our intermission. We'll be back in 15 minutes. And I hope you're all excited.
I'm feeling something, all right.
Hello, hello! We are back, everyone!
I can't believe all
Hello,
the characters
hello,
died off
hello.
screen.
So, to recap what's happened, the managers went to Narrow, the loan shark, and negotiated a bounty where he promised to freeze the debt of the robotics expert in exchange for them all taking on a bounty that he gave them, which would earn them 30 billion on. As they all left the casino, Pryor was confronted with a figure from his past, one that knew Doc. And they headed out on a search for the Yurodiviye. The managers, not doing too well. They ended up realizing that the Yurodiviye perhaps weren't what they'd been told. But before they could try to work things out, they were attacked by the rest of them who saw their fallen comrade. And although a truce was had, where they realized that the loan shark was using bounty hunters to get the Yurodiviye, find their encampments, steal the money they'd stolen, and hire the Shi to then take those bounty hunters out.
Yes, sir.
There is a Shi Assassin standing there on the ledge before you all. And you all watch Nico's lifeless body, the two halves of it, drop to the ground. And I just gotta add someone to initiative real quick.
Mr. DM, sir, I have a question.
Yes.
Did Kai get up during that whole affair when we were talking?
Oh my
to
god,
Captain?
he didn't. That didn't happen.
No, Kai is still prone on the
Awesome.
ground.
It's not great. This is bad.
Okay. Pryor darts to Kai. He hears the squelching sound of the two halves of the body hit the ground. As he stands over Kai, this despair at the loss of life hits him. But a leader must lead. Pryor is going to roll the block maneuver, if he may.
Oh, you may.
And to quickly explain the block maneuver, because I don't know if anyone's ever used it, Pryor attempts to stop someone from doing something, and I would roll against the difficulty you set, and if I succeed, they are prevented from doing that thing if they attempt to do it. So Pryor would like to intercept any further attacks from the Shi Assassin.
All right. So just to confirm, basically when the Shi goes to attack, if the target is Kai, it would be Prior instead?
Prior is attempting to roll to redirect any attack to himself.
Oh, got it.
Basically,
Absolutely.
So what DC would you set that target at?
I would set that at DC 5.
All right. You would use an appropriate pool in that case. Would you argue Dex Athletics for this one? Since he's just trying to move fast enough to get in front of wherever the Shi Assassin attempts to go.
Yes, Dex Athletics.
All right. I'm just going to add a 0 modifier to call this the block maneuver. And we're going to call the difficulty 5, you said?
Difficulty 5.
5. Oh, geez, that's so really tough for Prior. Is this considered a new scene?
Yes, we have entered a new scene.
I'm going to attempt to, one more time, use Light for a Daredevil's power at the start of the scene. Come on. Eventually you have to work. I can't even roll Desperation because it's not available.
Oh no.
I gotta go for it. I'm taking a second point of aggravate willpower. I gotta try and get it. Nope.
Oh my god.
Alright, Dex Athletics, difficulty 5.
Well, we're so back.
Okay, finally! Prior runs his hand along the blade, but his mind is too corroded. He feels nothing there beginning to creep up, and is that a fourth eye he feels somewhere on his cheek? He doesn't know. His mind is in turmoil. The scent of blood and copper fills the air. The feeling of thorns on his head. The feeling of thorns on his head. The feeling of atonement. If he was willing to die at Downer Dave's hand, then he knows what he has to be willing to do. When he opens his eyes, they are sharp. He kicks himself off the ground and gets right in the Shi Assassin's face. Standing, his blade outstretched, he basically circles around their back and dares them to move anywhere. Dares them to take a single step. He doesn't need to cut them down. He just needs to cut them off. And as he does so, he lets out a shout and says, "Everyone, scatter! Managers, fight!"
The Yurodiviye, and with the crit, they won't need to wait for their turn. They hear you shout that. They quickly look to their captain, who nods, and all of the Yurodiviye here scatter in different directions. The one who's unconscious on the ground, 2 of them move to kind of grab him and support him as they all flee. The captain does, however, hesitate. And looks to you as if unwilling to let a comrade fight this alone.
All right, Prior nods and locks himself down.
All right. And Kai, what would you like to do?
He can't do anything but get up, because that's gonna just take a turn, so... Get up.
Kai, you stand back up. And crawl to your feet. The Yurodiviye captain says, "I have some inventions that can help a bit," and throws out this little, it starts to beep, and you all watch as it pops up with a shield about him that's able to cover Mix and Meru in its range. So anyone within 10 feet, basically around 10 feet of him, will benefit from it.
Wahoo! Wait, the shock field. Gotcha.
Yep. Mix, it's your turn.
Okay. So, let's see what I can do. I can shoot. Well, Mix is going to shoot Lev. No, I'm kidding. Mix is going to shoot. Turns out Mix was a Shi Assassin the entire time. Mix is going to shoot the Shi Assassin. Is there a way to flip Mix so that... yeah, thank you. Mix is going to shoot the Shi Assassin with Solemn Lament with the Living and the Departed. Sorry, I always get the names of them mixed up. Mix, okay, tough crowd. All right, so the first one, what is the DC to hit, Mr. DM?
The DC to hit the assassin is DC 5.
Oh, the first one will be with black damage.
All right. That's going to be... do 6 aggravated black damage.
Nice. And then Mix will shoot with the second one. DC 5 still, right?
Yep.
Cool. Well... I don't want to real willpower that one.
The first butterflies fly into this assassin, and you see the one eye that you can see of theirs sort of widens as if this is some sort of weapon they haven't expected before or used to. But they're ready when the second shot comes. Easily dodging it. Coco, who is still here, looks and basically turns the gun on the Shi, seeming to understand the situation. And let's see. Coco fires the gun. And it misses. And Meru. What would you like to do?
I will... Trying to decide if Meru can go back to doing Justicia here. Is this person guilty? I mean, they're another Shi Assassin after them. They did just kill someone. So, I could see them being guilty of ruining our plans. So what would the DC
They did ambush and kill someone we had just established had been set up for a crime they didn't commit, and this person has been systematically murdering.
Exactly. So what would the DC for Justicia be?
The DC for Justicia is DC 3.
Okay, I got 7 dice. Yay! Okay, we got that. Justicia activates. Meru, he pulls down Justicia again. And just like the first time he did it today, you can see this like tealish bluish smoke start to pour out from in between the cracks of the wrapping. And with that, he will simply get himself into a good position so he can raise Magic Bullet and fire.
All right.
What's the DC for that?
DC 5 to fire.
Okay. Now, question.
Yes.
Remind me how this works, because I always get confused. When somebody's taking multiple attacks in a turn, when is it that the DC for them dodging lowers?
The DC for them dodging lowers... Oh, I believe it's every time there's been 2 attacks. So actually it would be lower to a DC 4 here.
Okay, cool. It's every 2 attacks. Okay. Well, that's 12 dice. That's fine. I will roll. Okay. What? No. Are you kidding me? Are you...
Maybe communism is evil.
Derfratius is mad. He's mad.
Derfratius assumed the predetermined bullet was to miss now.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, no, Meru goes to fire, and I think he feels, like this, like, thrumming of the gun. He knows he went against the contract earlier by not shooting the Yurodiviye member. And he was worried this would happen, but he had hoped that because he was going to fire now, that, they could let bygones be bygones. But it's almost like despite Meru aiming it, somehow the bullet misses and hits maybe like the window and like cracks it, like shatters it a little bit.
The window cracks, and you have a feeling it's almost him, as you said, punishing you for how you acted before.
Yeah.
And
That's not very good. Meru's not feeling too great about that. He looks a bit, I don't know if shaken's the best word about that, but it's kind of like before when he had fired at the Shi Assassin and they deflected. He didn't realize that would happen.
At the end of the turn order, you all see a 4-armed individual. Perhaps one who has been tailing the managers for a bit. And they have a pale blue crown on his head and a very expensive looking camera in his hand. And he says, "I'm here to help. I don't want you all to die here." And let me roll those stats. 5 physical, 1 social, 4 mental. As Jay enters the scene, "I'm here to help get views and get people to join my office."
Pryor has gone this entire time out here, not having said this out loud, but the first time it happens, you hear him grunt as he kind of shoulders around the Shi Assassin and goes, "Finally a real fucking fixer."
The fixer grins and says, "Call me Jay or King," and goes to attack the assassin. DC 4 now. Those 4 arms lash out, but the assassin easily deflects them with his blade. And the assassin, seeing everyone gathered, would try to turn and attack one of the others. But Prior, you're in their way.
As they move to jump off the railing, there's the sound of a beam crashing in front of them, and Prior vaults right to the corner so they can't get a running start. His blade is up, and while the Shi is smart enough not to run right into it, Prior is corralling them into the corner of the overhang, forcing them to have no one to engage with but him.
All right, Prior, can you make me a DC 6 Dex Athletics?
Absolutely. I forgot on my last roll, but I will not forget it this time. Kai gave me a helpful bit of gear.
Yes.
Yes.
Difficulty 6. Oh, you know what? It's good. Honestly, I'll take... the corrosion grows as the keyhole begins to expand, and you start to hear this little clattering sound inside, like little spindly legs inside the keyhole. But Prior pushes himself, and it's just enough. No poise for you.
Yes, the assassin comes at you with the blade, and how does Prior react?
As he comes with the blade, Prior has been all in the assassin's face. He's been all he can focus on. And that's exactly what Prior wanted, as he sort of uses his body weight, jumps back, lands on the rickety edge of the board, and as it cracks and gives way, Prior slinks down and drops onto the nearby crate, allowing the blade to whiz over where he was moments before.
And Prior, it's your turn.
Prior has no thoughts that this is not going to be a brutal and difficult fight. So he is going to... Honestly, I think I just try and hit him with the blade. I don't think there's much else. Prior ducks back, and as the blade flies over his head, he leaps back into close quarters combat. Life for a Daredevil flashes. He spins it in the air. He draws it close to his chest, and he comes down in a swing, hoping to cleave as much air as possible as he actually leaps into the air and swings almost wildly down in an arc. He doesn't need to catch much flesh. Life for the Daredevil's pale blade does all the work for him if he can just meet.
And you can give me that it's a DC 5.
DC 5. Screw it!
You're willpowering?
Yeah. Prior needs to redeem himself. He needs to prove he's better. That despair lashes out inside of him, those thoughts in his head, the body on the ground. If not now, when? He has been roused into action, and he must take it! That's a 7 crit.
So you're doing 2 plus...
That'll be 2 plus... Oh, I can pop out my actual weapon there. That is going to be a 5 pale damage with a crit.
All right. 5 pale damage with a crit. The Shi Assassin does not look like he's doing very well when you hit him with that attack. And with the crit...
With the crit, could I knock... he probably isn't going to fall prone, but could Prior knock him off the edge to get him down below?
Yes. You're able to knock the assassin down.
Prior leaps up into the air, comes down with a slash. It only just grazes their cheek. But as it does, they feel this soul-shattering force come through them. And as he lands, he rears back with his leg, and with a punch, he drives his extended foot into their chest. And while they don't fall prone, it's enough to knock them the few feet over the edge for them to land down below, surrounded by his fellow managers.
And while they land on their feet, they now are surrounded. And they are also at less than 50% of health. And Kai, it's your turn. This assassin is right beside you.
And I'm gonna attack him. If that's chill with the court.
You may.
I'm sorry, you said the DC was...
DC 5.
5? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, alright, I don't have any... Oh, please. Oh, yeah. More willpower damage. Jeez. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Let's go! About damn time.
Hi. You're doing... Oh my gosh, I think that's 4 aggravated red damage. And that is a crit. I'll say with a crit, you're able to knock them prone. Would you like to describe what happens when you, how Kai attacks?
I'd like to imagine, Prior did knock him off of the platform they were on, right?
Yes.
So I imagine they were already a bit unstable on their feet, and Kai was kind of trying to back-to-back join in on that attack, and when he swatted at them, it was, I mean, he obviously was trying to cause damage, but I think the idea was just to cause damage and knock them on the ground, so maybe it's like an overhead kind of thing. And he wants to rend their flesh, but he also wants them to be easy for the rest of them to attack, because they have dealt with this. They've not done well in their previous encounters with the Shi Assassin, so I think this is kind of a desperate moment for him.
And as you descend upon them, it looks like he is really not doing well. You've dealt with that Shi Assassin before, and this one you have down on the ground and looks to be in incredibly bad shape. But before anything else can happen, hey Meru.
Yes, Mr. DM. Yes?
Can you make me, don't worry, a DC 8 Dex Athletics? And Kai,
There
can you make me a DC 5 Dex Athletics?
Okay.
As Prior, you hear...
Goodbye.
Great.
Prior hears that, and as he slams his foot down and says, "Something else!" And he probably looks up just in time to see the blades flying down.
Can I use desperation here? Because it's a dodging of attack.
Yes, you may use desperation because you're a marshal.
I need it. I think I'm feeling desperate. I think I need it. Okay, so that's 10 dice. Okay, we got this.
Oh, remember, Meru, you are also inside the shock range.
Oh.
Yes, you have an additional +2 to dodge.
Oh, okay, that's good, Okay. Oh, do I take another point of aggravated willpower?
You take one of those as a 1, so you take another point of aggravated willpower
Ow.
damage. Wait.
Okay.
But you would have had to if you had to willpower reroll anyway, so it was worth it.
That's true, yeah. No, once again, Meru is able to, whatever is going to attack him, he's able to somehow get out of the way just in time. And he can feel his headache that he's had all day get even worse as he does so. Potentially another form of his punishment for what he did earlier, with their face shoots in his head, but the important part is that he did not get slashed. And that's what he cares about.
I'm debating a willpower reroll.
Now, this is red damage. So
Oh, no.
Kai, your ego defense. I always forget
Yeah.
this. You Yeah, you resist red damage, I think.
Yes. I do believe that's right.
Kai, yes, you resist red damage.
Which means
Yes.
you would take this as superficial damage.
Yeah, then, yeah, no, I'm not going to roll willpower. Yeah, I'll just take it.
So you take, I believe, 3 superficial red damage.
Okie dokie.
Which you would have to too.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. And you all see that same Shi Assassin from before.
Wait, sorry, not to interrupt you, but I think we also got an SP heal.
Yes! Thank you! You also all feel the light wash over you, and you can all heal a point of willpower damage.
Fantastic.
As you get an SP heal.
Prior warns them, and then the familiar face drops down from the sky.
The assassin who's prone on the ground looks up, surprised, almost, and you hear them all hiss. For the first time, you all realize one of these assassins have spoken. And he goes, "What are you doing here? Do we fight out here in the open like this?" And that first assassin, whose blade is out from beneath their cloak, simply hauls the other one to their feet and says, "So would you. Keep those 4 alive." And gestures with their sword. At the 4 of you around. The Yurodiviye captain, meanwhile, I think is probably looking around at all of you as if unsure how much he would be able to do. And he rummages in and grabs this device and throws it toward the 2 assassins. As there's a bright light. And let me see if he is successful in this. He may not be.
We believe in you. Come on, Captain.
Mm-hmm.
The light goes off, and both of them reduce their DCs by -2 for a turn. As there's a flash of bright light where the Shi are, and they cannot see for a moment.
Oh, that's huge!
And the captain says, I think I've done what I can to help. And seems to realize that perhaps 2 Shi assassins are a little over his head.
Pryor does not hesitate. He gestures for him to go. He's like, he doesn't even say we'll handle it because that implies she will know he's running. He just makes a gesture for him to go as he swings life for a daredevil over his head.
The captain flees. And Nyx, you're up next.
Well, see, really, we should just run. But I could also just shoot.
Yeah. Pryor looks like he's ready for a fight.
Okay. I guess I'll shoot. I'll shoot the weaker one. This one. The one on the left.
Do you aim for that one?
Yep.
All right. When you go to aim for them, the other Shi Assassin does impose themselves. So it would be a higher DC to hit that one.
Okay, I guess I'll shoot this one then.
All right. Can make me a DC 6.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that flashbang.
Ooh.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Well, we'll do willpower.
Yes.
Yes! Goated.
That's 3 aggravated black damage.
And the one more.
Yep, the second gun.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I think that does minimum 1 damage.
Yep. As the second one hits. Doing another point of aggravated. And Nyx, what does it look like when the butterflies are shot from the gun?
In this instant, Mix just draws. Well, they've already drawn them. Just points on lament. Shoots one, shoots twice, and both butterflies sort of slam against different parts of the older Shi Assassin's body. You hear a distinctive chime. Yeah, there you go.
And Coco acts next. I think I forgot to. I'll do Coco and Jay together in the order. Coco raises her gun and tries to shoot at the Shi Assassin. She shoots, but the bullet misses. The assassin easily deflecting it with their blade. And Jay, camera out, arms outstretched, tries to hit, now reduced to DC 5, but also fails.
It's a solid attack, though.
It is, as it would have been a crit. Jay comes in swinging, attempting to hit this assassin, yelling, "Die for my views!" But the assassin easily just deflects them once again, battering back the arms outstretched. And Meru, they are right up in your face, so it will be at a penalty to shoot magic bullet.
I mean, am I able to, like, hop back in this time that they've all been fighting?
You can hop back. I will let you know the assassin will get to swing at you if you move back from them.
Even if they're blinded?
Oh, you're right. Because they're blinded, they are unable to do so.
Cool, I will move, like, here. And... Oh, actually... Justicia is active, isn't it?
It is. I believe it's active.
I have to shoot that other one. I can't shoot the new one. I have to shoot the first one.
That is correct.
Well, that's what we're doing then, I guess.
Justicia is locked on, and they've already used their action to try to they've already used their trying to interpose.
All right. Well, what's the DC?
The DC is DC 5, because this one has not been hit yet.
Okay. And I am using desperation dice.
All right.
All right. Finally.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Finally.
Wow.
Finally.
How would you like to describe hitting them?
I mean, I think Meru, he is feeling quite desperate. I mean, he thinks he gets the point that, you know, he should have shot before and he didn't. He made a mistake. That was his, you know, he deserved the consequence that he got for that. And when he raises magic bullet this time, he is in his head kind of begging to Derfratius to just let him, you know, fire the gun properly this time. That he will keep firing, he won't falter like he did before. And thankfully, this time when he fires, it feels relatively normal again. And like expected, once the portal forms and the bullet fires, it strikes directly through the assassin.
Romero, that's going to be... Oh gosh. I believe 8 aggravated black damage, plus an additional 1 pale damage. This... You see a shot. There is death coming towards this assassin. And by all rights, the bullet should go right through their heart. And while the first of them tries to intercept, able to try to change the trajectory enough so it doesn't kill them outright, you watch this one Shi just collapse, doubled over, looking in a very, very bad state. As the first one holds them up with one arm.
Friar speaks from his position above. One down, one to go. Do not let them escape.
The Shi Assassin looks around, seeing how they're surrounded. And takes a deep breath. Before rushing... Ooh. That's a good question. You know what? They're going to rush right at you again, Meru. Suddenly up in your face.
Okay.
Their DCs are reduced by that -2 still. So it's a DC 6 instead of a DC 8.
Alright. DC 6 Dex Athletics?
Yep.
Alright. And with my desperation. Oh! Okay, no. I'll make myself willpower impaired again. And I failed.
There is a renewed energy in their step as they slice at you with their sword, and you take 1 aggravated red damage.
Oh, I mean, that could be worse.
Unfortunately, they did hit, which means they get to make their second attack.
Oh.
Yep. And they attack a second time.
Okay. I shouldn't have spoken.
You can make me another DC 6.
Okay.
Oh, and they're using... No, they have a point! Go!
It looks like even... You notice their movements, even while carrying one person under their arm, are practiced. This is someone you imagine who's been doing this for a very long time.
Okay, so... Alright, DC 6. It's fine. And I don't take a minus until I'm attacked twice?
No, for players, we lose a dice every single time we're attacked. For NPCs, they lose a difficulty every 2 times they're attacked, because that's the equivalent. We would technically lose 1 difficulty every 2 times we were attacked.
Okay,
Yep.
sorry.
Yeah, you'd make your athletics plus dexterity at a -1 penalty.
Okay, so 5 instead of 6. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We're fine.
Whoa!
We're fine.
Wow.
Listen, they might have a new... I don't know. They're coming at me harder than before, but Meru, he got hit. I think it did a pretty good, slice at his arm. The one that's, that holds up Magic Bullet. And after he felt that, deep slice into his arm, it spurred him into moving faster than before. Because again, Meru is all about survival. The one thing he does not want to do is die. And he did, I think they had said earlier, keep them alive or something. I don't think Meru heard that. To be completely honest, I think he was too focused on his whole thing with Magic Bullet and Der Freyschütz. So when the assassin swings at him, he's able to jump backwards. His augments kind of flaring to life at that moment, and he can kind of feel the wind of the blade, but it swings and it misses, thankfully.
The assassin, you can hear them up close as they are, let out the slightest annoyed noise under their breath. And then they're going to attempt to vanish again from sight. And you can make me that DC 6 Wits Awareness.
Alright.
Question. Would that be DC 5 for Meru? Because technically the Justitia... Oh no, but the Justitia target is unconscious, so it's ended.
Yeah.
True, he did win that, so DC 6. Okay. That's fine.
Don't spend a point of willpower, you know why? Prior stomps his foot and the sound on the hardwood echoes out across as Prior says, "With your unfailing gaze, do not let them escape." And he's going to spend his last point of willpower. He just got back, going back to willpower impairment as he pushes Meru to see the unseen.
Well, Meru will be able to do so, I guess.
Meru, you're able to see as the assassin tries to basically slink back around the corner and fade into the shadows. They're not able to escape from your gaze. And Prior, what would you like to do?
if Meru can point them out, Pryor has a rare advantage, the high ground, as he reaches for the sheath of Life for a Daredevil, a tool that oftentimes people forget he has. He unclips it from his back, spins it around, the pale energy surrounding it as it crumbles in his grip. And with the practice 2 fingers up of a javelin thrower, he measures the distance and he lets loose a single grunt of effort as he sends it in an impaling strike to slow the Shi Assassin down in the only way he knows how. I would like to make a cold shot against their weapon.
Ooh. You may. I would say against their weapon, that would be... It'd probably be harder to hit the weapon than them. So I'll keep it
So
at...
it'd be at a -2. Yeah, it's the -2 dice penalty.
Yep. So I'll say instead of being a DC 8, I'll lower that to it'd be DC 6 to hit. Actually, no, sorry. DC 8 is to hit them. I would say it's going to be a DC 10, so it'd be a DC 8 to hit. With the penalty. Oh, sorry. I think I messed up the numbers.
DC 8 to hit, -2 dice penalty, correct?
Yes. DC 6.
Got you. All right, protector armor, prize equipment. Question, is there an advantage for having the high ground?
You know what? I'll give you an additional dice for having the high ground.
I'll take it. I'm spending a point of willpower. Pryor would really like this assassin to not have their weapon. We'll take it! Pryor is so close to corroding. Pryor's ego has almost fully consumed him. But as he brings the sheath up, he levels it out, aims a little higher than he wants to, and then with a thunderous sound of hail flying through the air, it strikes the Shi's blade so close to where their hand meets the grip, and they can feel the reverberations of hail damage almost pass through their hand. I imagine that might be enough to force them to let it go.
Yes. The weapon drops from their hand and clatters to the ground. They look around, grab the unconscious one in both arms at this point, and wait, let me just roll a little thing. Take off down the street.
Pryor holds up a hand to Kai and then turns to Mix and says, "Can you take a shot?"
Can I?
Mix, you can take a shot as they're fleeing. It'll be at DC 8.
Is it? Okay, I will. I'll do it. We will see. We will see.
That's so close.
Wait. We're so close.
Willpower?
3.
Oh my gosh!
Crit.
You want me to roll the other one or just one?
You know, go for it with rolling the other one.
Yeah, maybe. Just maybe.
I doubt it, but well, why not? Aggravated.
Oh my god.
It's not gonna happen. But
what if it So
I mean, that's really.
That was-
listen. That was. I mean, it's Mix locks the fuck in.
Yeah.
Mix. You see the butterflies scattering around them. These assassins surrounded by death.
Mix feels something sprout forward through their chest, and although they don't see it, nobody else sees it, they feel it. A hand that gently holds onto their arm, steadying their aim. And they fire. With their left hand, the butterfly manages to meet its mark. With the right, the one that Mix shot by themselves, it's close, but it just barely misses. Oh, the first one was black damage. I should have specified. My bad.
Yes. And you can see as they take off, this usually collected, calm assassin you haven't seen flinch yet stumbles before vanishing down a different alleyway. And there's a trail of blood not left by your weapon. You know that yours doesn't leave that, but you can see the butterflies following down that trail.
They know they can't catch up at this point. Nor do they want to.
Yeah. Prior, so close to losing his mind, tries to tug down at the edges of ego, not gaze, not realizing he's tugging on his own skin for a moment until he shakes it off and says, "It's gonna take them a minute to recover from that at a minimum. And we have a duty to do. Fixers. Yet again, I gotta admit, your people show up exactly when they're needed. I guess we're blessed."
Fire. At first, Jay wasn't listening to you as Jay shouts, "Fuck! Don't run! Come back here!" And then hears you addressing him and says, "Huh? Oh, actually, he pulls out his business card and says, "I don't know what this is all about with fixers showing up when you need us, but if you're looking for some stable employment and if you need someone or something found, feel free to call me." Do you take the business card?
Prior looks like he wants to crumple it out of disgust, but he does take it between his fingers and say, "I can always count on a fixer to know business."
Jay grins at that, and you see on the card a name for an office called Sightlight, with a large eye acting as a spotlight.
Prior does not like that symbology, but he does not say anything.
Well, here you go. And then the fixer starts going over to the two halves on the ground.
What are you doing?
So I'm just gonna take these.
No, you're not.
The fixer looks you up and down.
Prior gazes at him with this heated but tired intensity. "Go home, fixer."
Fine, you can have them. And he heads off.
Fucking body trading rat shit. Pryor smiles, and there is no authenticity to it. That keyhole is really large on his chest, and as he turns to the other fixer, he says, "Your assistance was also invaluable.
I'm just glad I could help."
Do wish you the best of luck. Now, if you would excuse us, we have other business to attend to right now."
This worked before. Oh,
no, please, go.
this worked before in the facility with Frost Splinter. However, I don't know if you would be willing to allow it to happen again. Can I shoot Pryor with?
Oh, he's not corroding yet.
Yeah, but like you're about to. One bad day. Just out of curiosity.
Oh, you know what? Mix does have a white damage gun. I would say that it would have to be until he starts corroding, but whenever someone starts corroding, then Mix would be able to.
Okay. Cool.
Yep. And this utter fixer here, she doesn't look surprised at what's going on with you, Pryor. As if she knows.
Pryor tries to tilt his head, and as he grits his teeth, he says, "Gotta admit, normally, fixers look a little more unsure when they see this kind of equipment. You must be a veteran."
Some of us had previous professions.
Pryor puts two and two together, and his shoulders straighten slightly, and he suddenly looks a lot more composed, as best he can. "Well then, I'm sure you don't miss this part of the job, do you?"
It's been a while since I've worn one of those.
You seem to be just doing fine without it. Trust me, more trouble than it's worth sometimes.
Yeah, it really is. And you see her eyes dart to Meru for a second. Specifically what he's wearing. Before she starts to head off.
Ver doesn't say anything, but he definitely kind of gives her a look back. I mean, she can't see it because it's under Justicia, but he doesn't like when people look at him like that.
Pryor tries to shake himself out of it as best he can. He does actually walk up to Mix and says, "If anything happens, you're right, you might need to use Solemn Lament on me. Apologies if it's an inconvenience."
Mix just.
I'll try and keep it under control.
You're the leader, so.
It's my job. Let's go find that captain before it's too late.
And all of you, I would say that you don't have to look far. The captain was probably hiding nearby, waiting to see how the fight would go. Also wanting to make sure you didn't all die. But you see him approach all of you, and he's like, "Are you four okay?"
Define okay.
kind of looks Pryor up and down at the state he's in, and then looks to the rest of you to see how all of you are doing.
I mean, Meru's... he's on his feet. He doesn't... He does have a bleeding gash in his arm, but, like... He's fine. He's definitely got that, like, blue... Now it's a darker blue. How it normally was, not the teal one. Kind of smoke coming out a little bit from Justicia. Sign of his own corrosion. But he's fine.
Hi. He is a bit injured, but he's honestly usually worse off than this after most fights, so he's like, been worse. Thanks.
We figured out that it seems that Nero's plan was exactly as I'd cooked up. Send in bounty hunters. Fight breaks out. She comes in and cleans up anyone who's left. The second assassin is unfortunately our own issue.
I was wondering why there were two of them.
Listen. Pryor looks between them. He's not a liar. He's gonna walk up to the captain and say, honesty is the best policy here. I think we might be able to help each other out.
He kind of looks as if he's waiting for you to elaborate.
Nero took the money from your comrades. Nero promised us a lot of on to bail someone who got into J Corp's bad books out of trouble. If you're willing to match, if you're willing to turn over the bounty we were promised to us, we'll help you get the rest of the money back from Nero.
You know what? I'll accept that. As long as we'll give you the 30 billion, but the rest goes to the people.
Pryor looks back at everyone, and you see... Well, one, he's horrifically close to corroding, so there's a glint of perhaps not quite full sanity in his mind. But as he looks back, you can see that he just doesn't have it in him to demand more. There's that soft-hearted, like, almost hope in his eyes at the idea that this money is actually going to go to a good cause. He sort of glances over Meru, then Mix, then Kai to see if anyone's glaring daggers at him. But he just has this... It's the same look he had when he searched you all after Ange first sunk to her knees. It's the look of someone who just wants to do a good thing.
I'm certainly not demanding more, or wanting to.
Pryor turns back and nods to the captain. All right, 30 billion on. Let's shake on it.
Let's. And he holds out his hand.
Having felt a little better about this, Pryor is going to exhale and say, all right. Wait. He puts a hand to his chin and goes, you guys did you guys never really trap the On? Like, do you think maybe your comrades, the ones who had it stolen from them, maybe they put a tracker or something in it?
Oh.
I mean, it sounds like something you do. You've been throwing all these inventions out everywhere. Have you even tried to see if anyone had tracked the money?
He kind of blinks and then is like, well, I mean, usually we wouldn't be tracking money when we're distributing it, but I guess it's not out of the realm of possibility that while we were waiting to...
I mean, you said these mercenary attacks didn't happen all at once, right? Do you think some of the other captains or cell leaders or whatever you want to call them maybe might have taken some precautions?
His eyes kind of widen. He says, wait, I think you're onto something there. There should be... I know we have these. And he pulls out a little device and hands it over to you and says, trackers. We keep on in case we need to find each other. It's possible some of them were being used for the money.
Well, we know where Nero's office is, so assuming he's stashing the money close to where he is, all we have to do is find if any of these... Can Pryor make a craft roll to try and see if any of these tracker coordinates line up with where he knows Nero's office is?
Absolutely. I would say that would be a DC 3.
All right, in craft?
Yep, in craft.
I am not going to roll desperation in case it causes me to immediately corrode.
Mm-hmm.
4 successes.
Yep. You're able to find out they line up with where Nero's office looks like it was that you all met in, that private chamber.
Bingo. This one. This one's the ticket. Pryor looks and says, he was keeping it right in his office, which means we need to get back to where we started. Listen, we can... Obviously, you guys can't be seen near the casino. If you give us a way to contact you, maybe once we've secured the cash, you can help us move it. For real this time.
The captain grins at that and says, here, we have these, and passes out to each of you this little device that looks like a communication device of sorts.
Huh. Almost looks like a primitive tablet. Pryor mumbles as he looks it over and goes, I gotta admit, did you guys make this tech yourself?
We did. I mean, of course, we didn't invent communication devices, but...
Not bad assembly. And he presses it and there's the static burst of a radio, and he nods and says, we'll stay in touch. Managers, status report. How's everyone's mental corruption levels? High?
I'm not at my best, but I can take a little bit more.
Mix.
You're the worst one here by far. I'm fine.
Okay, no, acknowledged. Meru.
Meru just kind of shrugs. I mean, it's nothing they haven't seen from him before.
All right. Pryor nods his head and says, We have a mission. Get the money back. Get Mika out. Get the people of the back streets of J Corp what they deserve. I know we're not at our best. But this is the best we're gonna get. And with the assassin gone, for once, moving quick in the streets is a possibility. So let's move, team, alright?
Kai just nods.
Mr. DM, sir, I have one question.
Yes.
Does effectively not negotiating away, giving away 100 billion on, can that count as an atonement?
Yes.
Friar snaps out of his despair. This small, singular good deed, small in relative term to him at least, is enough to put the fire back in his eye. And even as the corrosion sweeps over him, he seems more himself than he did before.
And the four of you have a plan. Do you all head back to that casino?
Friar's gonna lead the way unless someone stops him.
Do the rest of you follow?
Kai does.
Yeah.
You all head back to the casino.
Friar, when he gets there, has tried to calm himself down as best he can. With a breath as he enters, he's going to look at everyone else and say, "Okay, here's the plan. We get in, head straight to Nero's office. Don't stop. Don't talk to anyone. We get there, find the On. Then we, contingency.
Sounds good.
All right. Friar will walk in. He will turn to the bouncer, who he knows is there, flash Nero's card, and say, "Bringing back news. We'll report directly to him," and just walks right towards the office.
They let you through. And you all head to the private chamber. You all arrive. To find it empty.
Friar thinks that's a good thing. As soon as he enters, he will close and lock the door behind them and say, "Split up. Look for anything you can find in here."
All right. And would each of you like to give me either a wits awareness or int investigation check?
What's the DC?
Scaling DC, so you start at 1, and the higher it is, the more information I'll provide.
Question.
Yes.
If I'm willpower impaired, I have to do...
-2 dice, yes.
Yep. Wait,
Prior
which
is going to Prior is going to assist Meru.
Okay.
I think all of you are willpower impaired. Except Kai?
Yeah, I was gonna say when they healed a point of willpower. You're kidding.
Still the most aware man.
So, Mix, as you're looking around, I imagine Mix's mind might be a bit distracted at the moment, given what happened. How is Mix's mental state as they're trying to focus on this and find things?
Mix is thinking about something else. The hand that they felt come burst through their chest. They look half-heartedly, but
and that brings us to next up would be Kai. Kai, you can't find too much as you're searching around. You do find some chips that seem to be used in a game that have been kind of left around. But aside from that, and aside from like some scattered cards, there isn't much that you come across. How is Kai doing as he looks around and searches this place?
I think Kai's been, man, we've all been rolling like garbage, but Kai's, he's gonna be the most self-critical, like, he's not gonna be like, everyone else has been doing awfully today. He's been doing awfully today, at attacking people, and it's the one thing that he's typically pretty good at. So I think that he's just a little distracted, being thrown off his game more than anything. I think the only thing he can really discern from what he's seen, and it's up to you if you think that he'd be able to figure this out, but like it seems like things were left kind of in the middle of something, like maybe this place was cleaned out in a bit of a rush. If you're saying cards and chips are scattered everywhere, or not everywhere, but yeah.
It does look like this place was cleaned out in a rush. And that some things were left disheveled. And next we have, it looks like Meru. Right, Pyre did not roll. Pyre was assisting Meru, I believe.
Yes.
So, the two of you searching together. First, I'll ask, and then I'll reveal what you both find. How do those two go about searching the room as they're looking around together?
I think Pryor mostly leaves it to Meru. What Pryor's mostly there to do is to quite literally provide a number of eyes. As Meru's searching through something, Pryor is trying to find the next thing for Meru to search through, just to make their searching more efficient.
Makes sense.
You both are able to find what looks like a safe. It's a large door. It's not just like one of those small safes. It looks like one of those big safes that are hidden behind a wall, but it's locked tight. You all are also able to find that a couple of the bottles that were on the shelf before are missing now. But aside from that, what really is standing out to you all is the fact that, there's basically that hidden large safe in the back of the room.
Jackpot, Meru.
Yeah.
Pryor calls everyone else. We found the safe.
Kai will rush over to them, because it's not like he's finding anything where he is.
X will do the same.
I think the only one of you with larceny is Kai, if I remember correctly.
Yes, I have 2 dots of larceny.
Kai, would you like to make a strength larceny to try to get the safe open?
Yeah, sure. What's the DC?
I would say a DC 4.
Okay.
You are using your claws, so I will let you add an additional +2 dice for the claws of Cobalt.
Alright.
Or the Cobalt Scar, rather.
Yeah, I think Wa Ego is pretty good at getting through things.
Yeah. Like he'd normally be picking a lock, but instead he's just like, no, I feel like these could mend metal. Alright. Okay.
You are successful in getting the safe open. I don't know, is Kai careful at all while doing it, or does Kai just kind of shred through the safe?
I think he might jab his claws into, like, it's not like there's, like, a lot of in between the door and the rest of its space, but, like, I think he's gonna just rip the door off, essentially. Like, off its hinges. From the outside.
Prior is not opposed to this line of logic.
The heavy door clatters to the ground, and you all see an empty room that looks like it probably used to house On, but has been completely cleared out.
Oh, shit. Prior pops open the on tracker that they had with them, that up until a little bit ago was showing the on was here.
It looks like the On is on the move. You can see it winding down the street, though it's uncertain where the end location is.
Nothing can be easy. Nothing can be easy. Nothing can ever be easy in this fucking city. Yuna. Mix, can you call Yuna?
Mix will do so.
Mix. You call Yuna up, and Yuna says, "Boss, what's up? What can I do?"
Mix looks to Prior.
Prior, comes over Mix's shoulders, and Prior looks awful. He looks god-awful. His eyes are so big. There are so many of them. He looks down at the tablet, and he just says, he just gestures to the communication device in his hand and says, 3 blocks down, third to the right. There should be someone transporting a large sum of On. We need eyes on it.
Got it. Yuna, you can hear them typing away at things, and then they say, "There's a man, nice suit, has a courier trunk, it looks like. If I had to guess, it kind of resembles the ones that are used by a certain association, modified version of those courier trunks. It looks like, I can't calculate exactly where he's headed, but there's a warp train station nearby."
He's cutting the money and running. He looks towards the managers and says, "We gotta get him before he gets to the warp train." "We have to get him before he gets to the warp train. Go, 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 go!" And Prior suddenly stomps his foot and gestures to the door with military precision, and he is the first one running for it.
Well, Mary's right behind him.
Kai runs after Mary and Prior.
And managers, as you all take off running, Yuna yelling at you all, through the communication device, essentially where he's going. That's where we'll end today's session. As we'll begin next time with all of you hunting down this loan shark.
Wahoo.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Briar's so messed up, y'all.
You're not all doing too well. You're not all doing too well at all. Thank you, everyone who came to watch, who came to lurk, who came to chat. We always appreciate all of you. Thank you, Coco and Jay, for all your help. The managers needed the assistance. And I'm so very excited. I'm so very excited for the next session.